We're all really excited to have so many teachers and instructors joining us here today. I'm here to introduce you to the tools we're seeing most broadly adopted throughout the creative education space. But first, I can't emphasize enough, thank you for fostering the generations of creative genius and future innovators. People like the godfather of sound design, Ben Burt, who created the voice of Wally on an Intuos Pro tablet, or to our amazing photographers like Catherine Hall and Sarah Silver, who finish all their photos with the nuance only Wacom brings to photo editing. Or from the father of dragons, Dan Catcher, who sculpts the dragons for Game of Thrones in ZBrush on our tablets. Or the amazing Nikki Monteleone, who does the textures that makes them all look so real. From the concepts for the characters in your students, or even your favorite games, to the rigging and animating that give them life, Wacom is and has been the tool of choice for the creative world.
How you guys doing?
Going on 2 generations, we've been bridging the gap between analog and digital, removing the burden of technology for artists of all walks. Wacom's provided the most essential and most intuitive creative tools to the biggest names in film, automotive, game, and apparel. At the center of all this is our pen technology. By listening to the feedback from our educators and industry thought leaders, over the course of nearly 40 years, our pen has evolved to the most natural
feel free to keep chatting in the background so I
but all with the efficiencies achieved only through digital.
Monitor, make sure that we're
First, the thINK Pro line of pen displays. All educators out there who are preparing their students for their dream jobs, the thINK Pro is the essential benchmark. Used by Wacom's partners in all forms of visualization, thINK Pro 24 and 32 encompass the breadth of feature sets requested throughout the creative industries. If your curriculum includes fine animation, illustration, audio-video post-production, thINK Pros are what you're looking for. With 4K reference quality color accuracy, dual input to jump between workflows that require more than one computer, whether Mac, Windows, or even Linux. Bonded etched glass for extended life, no parallax, and that silky smooth tooth sought after by traditionally trained artisans, and the ability to incorporate touch into their creative processes, a feature to which so many youth have become accustomed. The thINK Pro line fits into any school wanting to compete at the very highest level by educating their students on the tools they'll be using in their dream careers. Then there's the thINK 16 and thINK 22 pen displays. When your curriculum is focused on foundational skills, really the core of any artistic craft, the act of just letting your ideas flow from your brain through your hands, the thINK line of pen displays is the perfect fit. thINK 16 and 22 are pen-only displays with simple connectivity and easy deployment, offering very approachable creative interface for your students while introducing as few variables as possible that could otherwise possibly distract from their foundational education. The thINKs still leverage Wacom's best pen technology, so the students still get the very best digital pencil-like experience, and the thINKs can easily fit into any classroom setting through an easy-to-use stand or by attaching them to any of a variety of ergonomic arms with a standard VESA connection on the back, and that's true of both of those pen displays. Simple connectivity, deployment also translates to low IT costs, all while still getting the durability and longevity Wacom's really known for. Then there's Wacom's Intuos Pro, our pen tablets, replacing or in addition to a mouse. The Intuos Pro is the minimum benchmark for the creative professional and is therefore the baseline for any education hoping to prepare their students for a career in visual effects or audiovisual work. With a professional feature set, your students can hone their skills while learning the efficiency tools used by the very best in whichever creative industry to which they aspire. Students who want to become the next ILM innovator or the Unreal Wizard need to learn on the tools of the trade, and the Intuos Pro is the benchmark if pen displays are not an option. Of course, Wacom has tools to meet any creative need and at any point in your student's creative journey, but for students who take their art seriously, they may as well start on the tool that mimics their destination, because it is the same tool they'll use when they get there. I hope this helps you all identify which tools you're looking for, and I hope you all really enjoy the insights you glean from our esteemed presenters. So what I want to do now is jump in and celebrate some of our higher ed schools who've been using Wacom tablets for years. We're going to take a look really quickly at Savannah College of Art and Design and how they're using Cintiqs for their game development.
One of the things that people notice first when they come to SCAD is how we incorporate technology on the campus. The facilities include the most up-to-date technology as far as computers go. They're working with Cintiq tablets and drawing directly on the screen to render the graphics that they are trying to design.
That's always really impressed me about this place, is that they don't really skimp on giving the students what they need to go out into the field and not only apply their passion to the work, but also understand the technology that will get them in there and make them effective.
Technology is obviously something that is required in the industry by working professionals. Students need to be well versed in technology, its uses, its applications, but more importantly, where can they push it to the next level?
We have a full classroom of Cintiqs, at least 100 of them, and we have more than like 300, 400 computers just in our digital media lab. Instead of using a pencil, they're using a Cintiq pen. Instead of using a paper, they're using a Cintiq monitor.
Wacom Cintiqs are amazing. They have saved me so much time. I honestly can't even imagine not having one anymore. Yeah, everything I can possibly use the excuse to use a Cintiq for, I'll use.
My favorite part is the one-to-one aspect.
Feeling like I'm actually drawing on paper, it's great for helping me work and get things done efficiently.
Using the Cintiqs like tablet, super helpful, but getting your really up in there, your whole shoulder into it, and really cutting into the forms. Like, I love just carving wrinkles and forms into a character's skin, give them all the little nitty-gritty details, crow's feet, just really looking at all the detail, painting pores, all the small stuff that you can really pull off by using a Cintiq.
Students need to realize that the day they graduate from SCAD, they can't be students anymore, they have to be professionals. So if a student graduates from here and still feels like a student, they're not going to be an effective professional. Employers don't hire students, they hire professionals. So I hold them to a very high standard in the classroom.
I think they have to first find out what they really want to do. I love what I'm doing, but I also feel like as this becomes your career, this becomes your lifetime job, it's not always fun and joyful and happy every day. There's a lot of stress. So think about you're doing something for your life that you don't want to do or you don't enjoy. I think it's torturing. So I want them to find what they like first, what they really want to do for the rest of their life.
I want to find a studio somewhere that I can come to work every day, and it's not work to me. I'm here to make art, I'm here to make games, I'm here to have fun. So it's just having that kind of environment is really what I'm looking for. Just a home where I'm among other creative people, kind of like how this school is.
I actually just bought a Cintiq. Yeah, at home. I bought it about 2 weeks ago, and I got it the weekend. I had a crazy crunch time because my model was due at the end of the weekend, and I got it on the Saturday, and I was like, hallelujah! I don't have to go to the school. It was perfect. It was like a godsend.
SCAD was one of the very first universities to offer computer art. And since that time, in the early 80s, SCAD and art and computers and technology have gone hand in hand. There's a big effort to make sure that we live up to that name of being the university for creative careers.
Yeah, it's hard not to get sucked into what some of these schools are teaching their students, whether it's ZBrush or Photoshop, really watching them use the tools to their capabilities and educating the students on how to get the most out of their tools. That was In-Sun Kwan and some of his art students learning how to use ZBrush for game development and animation and really leverage the capabilities of Wacom's old thINK21 HD. What was really great about getting out to SCAD was getting the opportunity to listen to those students, listen to those teachers, and bring that information back so that we could incorporate it in our next line of products, the Cintiq Pro line, the 24 and the 32 in this case. So, having watched a little bit about SCAD, let's take a look now at our friends up north at Sheridan and their photography labs.
For many years, I advocated that we move the students off the mouse onto a tablet environment. Anytime I visited a studio, I saw that the digital artists in those studios were using Wacom technology. And I felt that our students ought to start on that technology from the first year. So by the time graduation came along, they were smooth and it was part of their workflow, and they could walk into a studio and be effective from day one. I felt it would look good for them too. It would make them more employable. It would make them able to produce projects that would be more sophisticated. Just good all around. So finally I got my wish. And now we're in a situation where every student has a tablet. They get it from the program to keep.
As a teaching tool for me, actually this year I have the Intuos 5, which when I started teaching in the very beginning of the first semester, it was a little tricky getting used to the touch. I had a bamboo touch before, so I was sort of familiar with it. But what really locked it in for me is we ordered the wireless adapter kit for it, which is amazing. Because now I can walk around the room and I can continue with my retouching demo as I'm helping individual students. And they can watch on the projector. They can actually see what I'm doing as I'm freely walking around the room, which is great. Like, it just speeds up the demo in class so much, and it keeps me able to have a one-to-one ability with the students while I'm teaching the group. Like, hands down, that is the biggest leap in technology for me in years.
I was really surprised when I found out that we got tablets in our first year, because my parents for my graduation present got me one. They got me the small version, and then I was like using that all summer and just editing and drawing, and it made things so much easier. And then using it again, they've really taught us how to kind of take it to the full extent of how well, like, all the things you can do with it. And now it's like I plug it in even if I'm not gonna edit. It just feels so fluid to me just to work on it. Like, I would much rather navigate a page with a pen than a mouse.
Many schools operate with equipment that is 30 years old, 40 years old, and they feel that this is technologically sound and educationally sound, and we don't feel that way. We are an applied art school. Our students are meant to go out in the workplace and make a living as photographers, and they ought to have equipment comparable with the equipment that's out there in the workplace. So I felt that this was part of my mission, and I am supported by my colleagues in that every bit of equipment here be as current as we can possibly make it. And I suppose the Wacom technology was part of that program. I always tell the student, you need to have your tablet on you anytime you're in the lab. And if you're not, you're a loser. You know, they know I'm not serious, but I am serious at a certain level, in that you do not work in any kind of digital imaging application that uses pressure sensitivity and that uses a more artistic way of working without a tablet. The tablet is like the painter's brush. The mouse is a very crude device. Use it for file management. You know, be my guest, knock yourself out. But if you're working on anything that requires subtlety, that requires artistic judgment, that requires finesse, that requires sophistication, you don't have a choice. You have to use a tablet, and you have to use a good quality tablet. The tablet enables subtlety, especially in masking, where the gesture is painterly, where you're imprinting the image with your own visual voice, your own personality, your own artistic taste. The tablet enables you to go there, whereas the mouse only can take you part of the way.
I could listen to those instructors all day. The honesty and the emotion that they bring to the table, and just talking about making sure that their students are using the right tools for the job, the nuance that's brought to you by using a pen. The teacher who calls the mouse a crude device, I feel like I'm using a more elegant tool for a more civilized age. The teacher whose addiction to the Bluetooth, the ability to walk around the classroom and actually engage with the students from where they are, to walk them through a process, is now part of all of Wacom's Intuos Pro tablets. So it was really fascinating to watch the teachers from Sheridan dive in and share what it was that they thought brought the most to teaching photography in the context of a tablet. I've been a pen-only user for 20 years. I'll dive back and forth between the Cintiq and the Intuos Pro depending on what it is I'm doing. For instance, I'll do my video editing and video post-production on a Cintiq, where I'll do my photo editing on a tablet. But at no point do I put my pen down. So, having watched a little bit of Sheridan and their use of the tablet with photography, now let's take a look at our friends down at Ringling, who've taken that model of making the Intuos Pro part of every student's curriculum and part of their tuition. Ringling has actually taken that step even further.
Ringling College of Art and Design is located in Sarasota, Florida. The thing about Ringling is it really is a communal feeling. This is an art and design college that is focused obviously on having and educating and developing professionals for the art and design world, but we also have a liberal arts campus here. So we have clubs and we have organizations and we encourage engagement, so we're developing the creative thought leaders as well as those who are the practitioners in terms of art and design. We are by far the most technologically advanced art school anywhere in the world. And the reason for that has been because of our investment in technology.
For us, we use technology to allow the students to communicate their ideas and their visions and their concepts. We really embrace technology because we know that that allows for the creation of images that we've never seen before.
We have Cintiqs in some of our classrooms, and I love to use those whenever we can. Even if you're not doing anything drawing or painting based, you're working multiple times faster no matter what you're doing, even if you're surfing the web. Yeah, Wacom has really made a difference in my education.
The Wacom products that we use are the Cintiqs. They really help us because it feels like we're actually getting into the program. We do a lot of 3D and a lot of After Effects and a lot of visual effects. So actually feeling like we can manipulate the program on the screen is really nice.
I use the Cintiq actually when I'm animating. We just did a film festival project and I did it completely on the Cintiq with my partner.
I try to bring what I did before, the traditional like drawing art, into I kind of like marry it into like design elements that I'm using. It's less traditional technically, but it's just easier to work with, I guess. Like it's everything's on the screen. That's the only thing I have to focus on, and I love that little buttons on the side that's like shortcut.
I love seeing my students be successful. Our graduates have already landed some amazing positions and starts of amazing careers within a variety of industries, from advertising to motion design houses. And it's great to see them reach their goals and accomplish the things that they want.
We want them to leave the way a student should leave and be incredibly proud of the education that they have received, because we will have prepared them to be the leaders for tomorrow and having great careers. And that's exactly what's happening.
Going and seeing how Ringling was using our products was one of the more insightful trips I've had the opportunity and luxury to go on. It was fantastic to see how almost every department was employing the Cintiqs to enhance the students' education and their ability to iterate even faster. So it made their education process even faster while making it better. Since then, Ringling has actually made the Mobile Studio Pro, the all-in-one slate-style tablet PC with the same Cintiq Pro technology under the hood, is now part of the tuition for certain departments who actually have chosen to embrace that, so that the students are now literally taking their studio with them at all times, because those students were working far more than just the 4 to 8 hours they were spending in class. We were shooting a lot of those in the dark, as you saw, because the students were actually there late into the evening. Some of those shots went as late as 11 o'clock at night. So thank you for joining us and seeing how these tools are being embraced in education. But I want to leave on a note of making sure that you understand Wacom isn't just there to hand off. We're there to support. Since actually these videos were made, we've put pieces in place to help you acquire, but also to help you succeed on the back end. We're here to help you with your deployment, to make sure that you have the answers you need to deploy those drivers and deploy that hardware in a way that's going to be least impactful to the students and those teachers who are just trying to get the education back up to speed as COVID gets out of the way. Once again, thank you for joining us, and I hope this was all insightful. Take care.
Hello everybody, my name is Nobu. I'm CEO of Wacom, and I'm sending this message from Tokyo Wacom office. Thank you so much for joining us today, thINK21 Wacom EDU Summit. The world is going through very difficult times, as you know, and we have been thinking over how, as Wacom and Wacom products, Wacom technology can support educations. Today, we are here to talk about how the Wacom technology, Wacom products, and communities getting together can keep sustaining educations across K-12, high ed, and even Creative Pro area. So Wacom products such as a display tablet, we can deliver the education experience such as annotating, using a whiteboard in remote educations, and even highlighting and even creating your handwriting materials for your classrooms. And also, together with a bunch of the variety of the pens, this is almost like our digital stationery as education instrument. And also, not just our delivering hardware or products, we are thinking of the futures. In futures, our digital ink technologies would be able to capture the students' learning characteristics or learning curve or teaching characteristics by digital ink. And we can contribute to the optimized adaptive learning service, caring each student, caring each teachers using our digital ink. So we are thinking over this future digital classroom, whether it's remote or in person. Moreover, I like to highlight through these 3-day sessions, thINK21 Wacom EDU Summit, not just talking about our technology or products. We really like to listen to your voice. We really like to learn from you. We welcome your feedback, comments, any questions, and all your precious feedback. We like to reflect on our future solution for educations, and we really like to grow together with you. We fully commit in education sectors and learning from you. Thank you again for joining us today, and please enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Wacom's thINK21 Education Summit Week 2, Digital Learning, Higher Education Horizons. I'm Larry Torrey, the Director of Sales for the Americas in the Business Solutions Group, where we focus on adapting our technology to bring better overall engagement levels to students and instructors. I want to thank you for joining us today. Saying the last 14 months were unique is an understatement, but educators are resilient, they're creative and they're intuitive, and they made it work. They adapted and in turn became more engaging. Today at thINK21, Wacom will bring together educators and thought leaders to discuss digital ink and digital transformation. We have an exciting agenda ahead that includes a variety of presentations and discussions focused on the way education is evolving around digital ink. We hope you enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to thINK21, our higher education track. We're so excited that you all can join us, and we're especially excited to kick off our higher ed track today with Flower Darby, a speaker we were so pleased to welcome to this event. Flower has some great insights, great tips, and some really inspiring approaches and strategies for you to consider. She'll answer some questions for us at the end, and with that, I'm going to turn it right over to Flower. Flower, welcome. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you so much, Linda, and thank you to everyone who is making the time to be here today. I really appreciate your interest in learning more about how we can teach effectively in new formats and how we can really rethink the classroom experience in 2021 and beyond, because we're only at the beginning here. I just wanted to tell you a little tiny bit about myself. I am faculty and instructional designer at Northern Arizona University, and I'm the author of a book, Small Teaching Online, which is all about little things that we can do in online environments, whether we're teaching live synchronous like this kind of a format, or whether we're teaching asynchronous in our learning management systems. What are some small things that we can do to really engage our students and help them to learn in these new environments? Now, some of the environments aren't necessarily new, but there's a lot of things that are different about what we're doing these days as opposed to what we had been doing before the pandemic. Now, my background, I teach English, I teach Pilates, I teach technology, leadership, and dance classes. I have been teaching in higher education, both in the university and community college setting, for 25 years. And so I'm happy to be with you here today to share some ideas, some insights, some overarching principles, and a few practical tips as well about what we can do as we rethink that classroom experience. Before we go any further, I would love to tell you a little bit about who I am outside of the school setting. This is my wonderful family. My charming husband is a strong partner and collaborator in my work. He has been a strong, again, a partner since I have been teaching these past 25 years. We have 3 daughters, ages 13, 14, and 16. So it is always exciting around our house. When it's not a global pandemic, we love to travel overseas. Our favorite place is to go to London. So you see a couple of pictures of us there. One is in the London Eye looking down toward the city, and one is in Piccadilly Circus, one of my favorite places on the planet. But what you also see in the bottom corner there is what online learning has been looking like at my house this past year. That's two of my daughters sitting in Zoom class and also playing a game on the living room floor. And so while it's not ideal, we know that it can be challenging to hold the attention of our students when we are teaching synchronous live, when they are engaging in asynchronous formats. We know that there are challenges in these things that we need to find solutions for, and that's why we're here today. We want to rethink what it means to teach effectively in these new formats. We want to figure out, how do we engage our students, the people who are in our classes? How do we engage them at a distance? How do we engage them differently because they're at a distance? That's what we're really here to think about today. You know, we can harness the power of new technologies, new tools, and new ways of doing things in the formats that we are now teaching in. Lots has changed within this past year, and we're here today to spend some time together thinking about how we can take advantage of the tools and the technologies. What do we need to know to really teach effectively and help our students learn well in these spaces? Because we need to forge a new way forward. Things are different, as I have said, than they were even a year ago. We are looking at a new future, a new opportunity to engage remote students and learning how we can do that effectively. As we do, it's important for us to do this in community. That's the value of an event like today's, because it's really important to learn from other people, to get ideas, to find inspiration for what other people are doing in their teaching with technology approaches, in their solutions, and in their strategies. It's good to get new ideas, new ways of doing things, and we can do that better together. So that's what I love about an event like this. As Linda mentioned, we will have some time for questions at the end, so feel free to make a note of your questions, jot them down. You can put them in the comment section if you would like, and that will be part of the way that we find inspiration and ideas from each other, is through that dialogue that we have planned for the end of our time together. Now, let's think about the impact of COVID-19. It has literally shattered everything that we knew about higher education. Sure, teaching with technology existed before March of 2020. Sure, teaching in online spaces existed. Online classes certainly did. But as I've been saying, everything changed as we moved on a dime to transition to fully remote, fully virtual instruction a year ago this time. And since then have been working to reconceive of paradigms that we have taken for granted for a really long time. And so today we want to think about what these changes mean and how we can look forward to what's ahead. We really see a bright future, but a different future than we might have imagined prior to COVID-19. Technology will absolutely take on more importance in our teaching and learning. We are not going back. Now, I will say, many of us, most of us, are looking forward to getting back into the classroom and to interacting with our students in person. Some of us are already doing that, perhaps teaching with masks, socially distanced, but we're looking at what comes next. Many faculty are asking that question. Again, I would argue that things that we have learned and experimented and tried in this past year, they're going to be continued in development. We're not going to put any genies back in any bottles. The future is here, and we are looking for new ways to teach even more effectively with technology, and as I said before, to engage students at a distance. And yet, as we do that, as we think about what teaching and learning looks like in remote spaces, in online spaces, using all the technology that is available to us, we don't want to forget the importance of having other people with us as we learn. Other people really do help us to be successful in learning contexts. Now, this is an image of a Pilates class. I teach Pilates, as I mentioned to you, and I just want to take a moment to share a story, something that happened in my Pilates class in June of 2019, before we were in a pandemic, back when we used to go to the gym without wearing masks. Something happened, and it's really caused me to think deeply about why it's helpful to have other people around us. I was getting ready to teach on this beautiful summer day. I had cut it just a little bit close on time. I wasn't late for class, but I wasn't very early. And I was coming into the gym building following a woman who was walking in with her rolled up yoga mat. And I thought, oh, good, somebody came to class because it was a beautiful summer day. But as I rounded the corner into the hallway where the studio is, I saw her standing outside the open door. And I thought, why doesn't she go in? And immediately I was able to answer myself. It's because she didn't know if she was supposed to. The door was open, but because I wasn't there yet, she was standing there not knowing if she should go in. The lights were off. There was no music playing. Nobody else was there yet. And she was standing there with this tangible, palpable sense of confusion. Am I in the right place at the right time? Is class even happening? What's going on? So because I picked up on that in that moment, I said to her, are you here for class? And she said, yes. And I said, great, me too. Come on in. We got the lights on. We got the music playing. We proceeded to have a really good session. More people showed up and it was a great class. But it really got me thinking about how we are challenged when we are learning in isolation. And that's mostly what we've been doing for this past year, learning within our little boxes or in the learning management system, interacting, generally speaking, by ourselves. Even before the pandemic, it was most common that online students would be engaged in their coursework without the benefit of having somebody next to them the way that we do in a classroom. We learn from each other all the time. Students do. For example, when they're sitting in person, they might see that everybody is getting out their notes, and so they say, oh, great, good time to get out my notes right now. But when we're in isolation, we face new challenges and new barriers. And that's important to understand, is that there are some challenges in this environment, things that we need to understand so that we can overcome those challenges, so that we can identify solutions that will work to help us keep the attention of our students so that they're not playing a game with their sibling or roommate while they're also engaged in our class. And I think it's important to recognize that I would argue that we don't know enough about online teaching and learning. If you think about it, we have been in physical classrooms for literally decades by the time that we begin teaching classes. We've been enrolled as students for years and years, and maybe we had opportunities to be a teaching assistant or something like that. But now as educators, we have a range of wealth of experience in these physical spaces. We know what teaching and learning looks like. We know where the desks and the chairs should be. The front of the room has a whiteboard, a lectern, a screen, a projector. We know where we are supposed to go and what we are supposed to do, and so do our students. Now, I would argue this will come with time, and the pandemic has almost certainly accelerated it. But where we are today is that we do not have the breadth of experience online as we do in person. We are not as comfortable and as confident in the way that we teach and interact with our students in online spaces. However, we know that it really is important to pay attention to the experience of the people in our classes. Here's a representative student and a representative faculty member. And now there's research that came out of 2020 asking students, what are some of the big challenges that you experienced in this emergency pivot to virtual instruction? And one of the main challenges that students express or experienced is feeling disconnected, feeling like they were cut off from their faculty members, from their friends and their peers, from their on-campus experience, just feeling disconnected, cut off, adrift. Now, the number one challenge that faculty reported from 2020, and you might be able to resonate, this might sound familiar to you, is keeping students engaged. How do you know? Are your students, in fact, playing a game with a friend? Are they online somewhere doing something else? Are they even sitting in front of their screen, paying attention and learning? That lack of engagement is really challenging for faculty. But you see, when I think about the number one challenge that students complained about, feeling disconnected, and the number one challenge that faculty complained about, keeping students engaged, those are twin sides of the same coin. That's the same problem. If we can help our students feel more connected, then we can help them stay more engaged. What we also know about teaching and learning in online spaces is it's so important to foster connections and community, that this kind of engaged interaction really does help people learn. But the question that we're asking ourselves right now is how How do we create this kind of an interaction in online spaces? It's different, it's hard. This kind of engagement can happen sort of almost naturally, effortlessly, when we're together in the same room, but it's harder to structure this kind of interaction online. However, we do have some research. I would say we need more research. I'm making a call for that. But we do definitely have a body of literature that talks about what we know about how to foster those kinds of interactions. And just to lay a little bit of groundwork, we're going to look very quickly at 3 guiding frameworks to help us think about how do we foster those connections in online spaces. First is the well-regarded, maybe you're familiar with it, the well-respected Community of Inquiry Framework. Garrison, Anderson, and Archer 2000 published an analysis, a study where they had sought to understand what goes into really good online classes, or as they called it then in the late 1990s when they were conducting this research, what goes into computer-mediated instruction, which is a term that I think is really apt these days. We're doing a lot of instruction mediated by computers. So they identified these 3 presences that are depicted here in the center of this graphic. And again, this is the original Community of Inquiry Framework. And for me, these presences are like ingredients. So the first one makes a lot of sense to me in a teaching and learning context. That's the cognitive presence. That's the thought work that students are engaged in. How are they learning new information? How are they understanding it, remembering it? How are they relating it to what they already know? How are they constructing new meaning based on their experience? How are they using that information to solve equations, to analyze case studies? Whatever it might be, it's the thought work. And again, that really makes sense. It's also your thought work. What have you planned? What have you created? What have you selected for your students to engage in and to demonstrate their learning in these online spaces? The cognitive presence is the one that makes the most sense, I would say. The other 2 in this original Community of Inquiry Framework, that's where I would argue we're still working right now. The teaching presence. How do we interact with our students in order to guide and facilitate their learning? We know what it looks like in person. I would argue we're still learning how to do this online. And the social presence. How do we just interact with our students as people? How do we greet them in the hallway and say, hey, you're in the right place at the right time. Come on in. Let's get the lights on. Let's get the music playing. And let me be clear. I am not recommending that we should be online 24/7 so that anytime students click into our classroom or our learning management system that they are seeing that we're physically there. That is not possible. It is not healthy. It is not sustainable. But what we want to do is to create a feeling of a welcoming environment, that students are in the right place at the right time so that they sense that we are there even if we aren't necessarily there. And part of that social presence is helping students to relate with each other and feel like there really are real people in the class with them. Now, in 2012, another couple of researchers came along, Cleveland Inns and Campbell came along, and they said, you know what, this is really good, but we're missing something. We need to draw out this 4th presence, the emotional presence. And they proposed this addition. Now, some colleagues and I at Northern Arizona University, we conceive of this as so important that we depict it encircling everything that happens in online spaces. Emotions are part of what we do online, but it may be something that you haven't thought about before. If you're having kind of a frustrating day, or if you're feeling particularly distant from your students, that's going to impact the way that you communicate with them. On the other hand, if you're all jazzed up about what you have to talk about that day, again, that sense is going to come through in your teaching. Students bring their emotions into our online spaces as well. And let's face it, we're all processing a lot emotionally right now. We're living in a pandemic. There are all kinds of societal issues and tensions that we're dealing with right this moment, burdens that we're carrying, anxieties that we're carrying, and students and ourselves, we bring these emotions into the space. But the good news is that we can put emotions to work for us. They are powerful. They are tools that we can use to engage our students, help them to focus and pay attention, and to really learn meaningfully. So we're going to be looking just a little bit at a few practical suggestions of how we can combine those three, the teaching presence, the social presence, the emotional presence, and how we can put that to work for us in order to foster those connections and community and collaboration. Now, two other frameworks, I don't have a lot of time, but I just need to run these past you so that you at least have a passing familiarity with them. One is Universal Design for Learning, and that's all about making sure that all of our students have access to what they need to get to. UDL is based on the concept of universal design that comes out of the physical world, the built environment. So picture a ramp that goes up next to a set of stairs. That makes it easier for someone who's using a wheelchair to get to where they need to go. But what we know about that ramp is that it benefits lots of other people too. A parent pushing a stroller, or somebody who has a suitcase with rolly wheels, perhaps a delivery person who has a cargo dolly full of shipment. All of these people benefit from that ramp, even if they're not the people that it was put there for. And that's what UDL does. It helps us to think about reframing the need to accommodate learners' needs in order to be in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And it helps us to think about, let's build in some on-ramps and some options and supports so that all of our students can benefit from those things. Build them in from the get-go. So UDL is something just to at least be aware of. We want to provide options and support to our students. And then finally, I think it's really important in this day and age to really think about including all of our students. Culturally responsive online pedagogy or teaching, these are things that help us to be aware that just like our emotions, we bring our cultural values into our online spaces as well. And our cultural values shape our behavior and how we do what we do in these spaces. So if we want to be equitable and inclusive, if we want to teach socially just classes, then we need to be aware of cultural differences and how we can plan for, to accommodate students from diverse backgrounds. And this is Courtney Plotz, by the way. I have her on the screen because she's doing really good work in thinking about how do we support culturally diverse learners in our online classes in particular. So with that, that's just kind of an overview of the frameworks. Again, I don't have time to go into depth, but at least an introduction to frame our thinking about how we can be more effective as we're teaching and learning in online spaces. We're going to turn now to some very practical strategies that are designed to foster that kind of inclusive and equitable engagement. Because we can have all the technology in the world, we can have all the bells and whistles, but if we're not holding the attention of our students, if we're not keeping them engaged with us, then we're not going to be very effective in our education. So we want to really foster those connections that we talked about. And that's where I'm going to focus my remarks today. I know you have additional sessions coming up today about how we can use some of the tools even more effectively. But I'd like to start us off today by thinking about how we work with the people in our classes. In order to do that, I'm relying on the work of Josh Eiler. He's the author of a book called How Humans Learn, and he has a whole chapter on how important our sociality is and how it does, in fact, drive our learning. So he makes the point that even literally from day one, as newborns, we are watching other people around us. We are learning from their responses to our efforts to communicate. And of course, that kind of learning from other people, that continues through infancy as we learn how to hold a bottle or a sippy cup, as we learn how to use a spoon. You never see a parent teaching an infant how to hold the bottle, right? There's never bottle holding lessons. People, infants in this case, learn by watching how other people do things. And this continues through infancy, toddlerhood, young childhood, and forever, really. We're always learning from other people, just like what happened that one day in my Pilates class. I didn't tell you this, but something else happened that was kind of interesting that day. As we were getting ready to start the class, I saw that there were two yoga mats really, really close together. And I thought, I bet I know what happened. I asked, as I often do at the beginning of class, anybody brand new to Pilates? Sure enough, the person who had set her yoga mat so close to her friends raised her hand. And Although I didn't ask her this, I'm pretty sure that she put her mat real close to her friend's because she wanted to be able to peek over, see if she was doing it right. Did she have the correct position of the head and neck? Things like that. And so, like I said, I think we all benefit when there are other people nearby that we can learn from. And yet, that is one of the main challenges that we face in these online environments. So we're going to look at our sociality. We're also going to consider the science of emotion. As I said, there's actually a lot of power here. This is Sarah Rose Kavanaugh. She's the author of a book called The Spark of Learning, How We Energize College Teaching with the Science of Emotion. And she has made the compelling argument based on recent neuroscience that emotion and cognition, they are inextricably linked. You cannot separate them. And this flies in the face of one of our cherished beliefs in academia. We like to think that the pursuit of knowledge should be cold and rational. There is no room for emotion here. But actually, that's not true. We need that emotion. We cannot think without emoting. There, again, the recent neuroscience is showing that they are neurobiologically interdependent. You can't do one without the other. And the beauty of it is, emotions are really powerful. We can put them to work to us to help our students pay attention, to motivate them, to help them remember what they're learning, to help them focus on the task at hand. So we want to think about how we can put emotions to work and combine it with fostering those social connections in order to help our students to be more effective and learn and stay engaged in these online environments. The first thing that we can do as we're teaching our students in whatever format, this applies in the classroom as well, but I would argue that in these online spaces, we're up against those additional challenges related to the isolation, relating to the distance and the screens. What we can do is we can bring our passion to create the atmosphere. So no matter what you're teaching, no matter what tools and technologies you're using, think about taking a few mindful moments before you enter into that online space and remind yourself just what it is that you love about what you're teaching. Why is it so important to you that you made it your life's work? Or if you happen to be teaching part-time, why do you make the time to do that in addition to your other responsibilities? Why do you think it's so important for your students to know this information, to understand these concepts? We do this, we have a driving passion. Not very many of us do this for the money. It doesn't pay that well. We do this because we care about what we're teaching our students. And so take those few mindful moments and bring that passion. Remind yourself why you do what you do. Now, how? How do you do this? Actually, before we talk about how, let me just explain the theory that this is founded on. There is such a thing called emotional contagion. And what this means is that we impact and are impacted by the emotions of other people around us. So, for example, if you're at a packed sporting event, back in the days before the pandemic and looking forward, hopefully in the future, we'll be able to do this again. When you're at that packed sporting event and the home team scores the winning goal or touchdown or basket, whatever it might be, the whole crowd erupts and says, yeah! That's because the emotions of the crowd are elevated because everybody is experiencing the same thing at the same time. So this happens in the real world. It absolutely happens online as well. We impact and are impacted by the emotions of other people. If you're skeptical about whether that happens online, I would encourage you to think about social media. We are impacted by the emotions of other people all the time in those social media interactions and spaces. So how? Let's turn our attention to how do we bring the passion? Well, in one way, I'm doing it right now. I'm encouraging you to take a cue from my delivery here. I am absolutely doing everything I can to convey my passion for effective online teaching. We can do this. It can be good. There are strategies that we have available to us. And I am amplifying my presentation style. I am projecting about 250% energy right to you through the webcam. It's exhausting. When we're done here, I'm going to fall on the floor in a heap of exhaustion. But right now, I'm here with you and I'm projecting a lot of enthusiasm and energy right to you because I literally want to infect you with my enthusiasm, with my excitement. It's contagious and I want to share it with you. You can do the same thing when you're teaching via video. whether that's live like this is, whether you're pre-recording some mini lecture videos, which is a really great strategy to provide that inclusive and equitable access. If you're teaching to the camera, bring that passion, exaggerate your presentation style. The camera eats your energy. So big facial expressions, lots of smiles, lots of vocal intonations. These kinds of things can help keep your students engaged with you as they literally catch your energy, your passion, and your enthusiasm. You can also do this in written form. So if you're teaching an online class and you're using your learning management system, whether that be Canvas or Blackboard Learn, Moodle, whatever it might be, D2L, lots of good systems out there. There's a lot of written interaction in those spaces. So be mindful to infuse your writing to your students with your energy, your positivity, your confidence, your optimism, that students can be successful. When I first started teaching asynchronous online classes about 13 years ago, I used to send announcements that would read like this: "Don't forget you have a quiz on Friday." I don't talk like that to my students. Why was I writing to them like that? I had turned into a robot teacher somewhere along the way. What I learned over time, and then I learned that emotion science backs me up on this, is that when I write in a tone of voice that's more natural to me and with a deliberate effort to infuse warmth and support and encouragement into my writing, that students respond well to that. It helps them to persist and to engage. So now when I write an announcement like that, and it will read something like this: "Hey everybody, you're doing a great job. We've really come a long way so far this semester. Don't forget, we have a quiz on Friday. And as a reminder, we do have tutoring services," or whatever it might be. That sounds like me. Now you might be sitting here and thinking, well, that doesn't sound like me. And that's important. You must write and communicate in a way that is authentic to your own style, to your teaching persona. But I would encourage you to infuse your written communications with your enthusiasm, with your support, with your encouragement for your students as well. One other very practical thing that you can do to bring your passion into your online engagement with your students: if you see something out there in the real world that is so fascinating, so interesting, or that really gets your attention, you're super curious about it. If you see it in the real world and you say, that's why we're doing what we're doing here. That's why we have to understand these concepts. It's because of this. Well, take advantage of the technology and bring that into your class. You have the opportunity to bring a link, to share a video, to link to a news article, a blog post, a TED Talk, whatever it might be. That is how we can convey whatever we found really interesting, fascinating, whatever got us really curious. Again, we can share that with our students, even by just bringing something in from the outside world. And then we want to engage with our students on that topic, about that thing. Look at this, isn't it interesting? And engage with your students in a discussion, whether that be in live synchronous online teaching, whether it be in the asynchronous discussion forum. Look for ways to share your enthusiasm and your interest and your excitement with your students. So just something to be thinking about. How do we bring our passion? Now, my next recommendation here is a combination of emotional science, but also the social connections that we need. Because what we also know from the research is that it really is important to foster these connections. And let me just explain what I mean here. What we know from the research is that when we form an emotional connection with something, we can think more deeply about it. In fact, the research shows that we only think deeply about things we care about. That's mind-blowing. Let me say that again. We only think deeply about things that we care about. And so as educators, let's help our students care about what they're learning. And we can do that when we help them to form emotional connections with both the information, the concepts, and also the people. If our students care more about who we are as people, if they care more about us, it will actually motivate and engage them, it will motivate them to engage when they might otherwise be tempted to drift off or to be playing a game with their sibling on the living room floor. So this is actually why I have that Meet Flower Darby slide at the beginning of the presentation. You don't know me from Boo, probably. You don't know anything about my life outside of the school setting, but I deliberately include that slide so that you can see a little bit about who I am. And that helps to establish that connection between us. So I encourage you to do something like that. Now, let me clarify. If I were presenting here in person, I probably wouldn't have that slide. It's not the kind of thing that I usually do when I'm with people in the room, because it's easier to create that connection when we're together. But in these online spaces, we want to make that extra effort. So whether you include a slide like that, if you're not comfortable showing the faces of your family members, that's okay. Include pictures of your pets. People love to see pictures of pets. It bonds us just like that. Or include pictures of your favorite destinations. Maybe it's your backyard, your local park, your hiking trail. Maybe it's an exotic destination. Include photos or representative images of favorite activities and hobbies. Things like this help your students to form that connection with you. And by the same token, we can also use this, put this into effect in terms of helping them care about what they're learning. So there was research that came out in 2009, and just briefly, the researchers were able to show deeper understanding, better learning when they added a scenario or a case study to the project as opposed to the bare facts. So in this case, it was an economics class. Students in the control group were given the project of proposing a business plan of opening a coffee shop and showing how the profit margin was going to play out. And students in the experimental group were given a story. They were given information about the district and the city and the neighborhood where this coffee shop would be, the people who would be frequenting the coffee shop, the delivery people. And that story, those fictional personas, led, and as I said, the researchers were able to demonstrate better learning and better understanding of the economic concepts at play. So anything you can do to tell a story to form those emotional connections. Now, we can do this in a couple of different sort of broad categories. One is to think about the way that you present the information, just like that example I just shared with you. Is there a story you can tell, even if it's fictional? Can you paint a scene to help students really relate and just imagine what the situation will be like in order to help them connect? But you can also think about, again, taking advantage of media because it is really very powerful. So, for example, you could have a very rigorous and robust analysis of a refugee crisis somewhere in the world, and it could just look like a wall of text to your students. It's very off-putting, very disengaging. But the instant that you put that photo of the toddler child with the big eyes looking at the camera, maybe with a scuff on their face, and you've got your students' attention like that. They connect with that child, they connect with the humanity of the situation, and you have the attention of your students in a very different way. So think about putting these emotions to work, forming those connections. I have a friend who teaches literature, and he provides audio recordings of the poets narrating the poems in his online classes. And that helps the students understand the meaning of the poems much better than just reading the words on the page or the screen, because the narration, the performance of the poem brings the meaning to life, the vocal intonations, the pauses for emphasis, the raw emotion that comes through the poet's voice. Students get a much better understanding of the material. So think about ways that you can present, tell a story, show a picture, bring something to life through media, through recordings, audio or video, in order to help your students form those connections. Now, the other sort of main category of way of how you can help students foster these connections is to think about the activities that you give them. So anything that we can do that helps them to care more about what they're learning, that they find more interesting, more fun. Let's remember, enjoyment is an emotion. So if students enjoy what they're doing while they're learning, they will be more engaged. I have a friend, a physics professor, who teaches bungee jumping Barbie, and students have to calculate the exact amount of cord required for Barbie to jump from various heights before she goes splat on the rocks. It's fun. Students love it. They love to picture Barbie all splatted on the rocks. They're still doing physics. They're still engaging in the equations that are necessary, and they're having fun while they're doing it. I have another friend who has a discussion forum in her class. She teaches pop culture in literature and film, and she asks her students to post a discussion entry about what their one superpower would be. If they could choose any superhero power, what would it be and why? Students love talking about their superpowers. They are so engaged. It's interesting. It's fun for them. And then she crafts a learning conversation through the way that she guides the interactions and asks leading questions. She crafts that into a conversation about class themes like good versus evil, like character development, things like this, that students get to the learning through a really fun and interesting activity. So just thinking about how we help students care. Now you can do this in a much more sobering way as well. Maybe you want students to explore the gravity of a situation or the seriousness of what you're teaching, and thinking about how you frame the presentation and the activities that you ask students to engage in can really help them to form that emotional connection. Now, there's one other thing that I want to demonstrate for you. I have a little activity for you just to engage in on your own as another way that we can foster this kind of emotional connection and put emotions to work for us. Now, you may not have realized this or thought much about it before, but there are such a things as, that sentence didn't come out right, we have something that we can call knowledge emotions. And that is when something really helps us to think and process information, but also evokes a little bit of an emotional response as well. And the two main examples that I like to share with people are curiosity and interest. So anytime that you can get students curious about something, anytime you can ask them questions or have them predict an outcome before you give them information, anytime you can draw their attention to what's so interesting, as we were talking about before, when it catches your interest, it helps students to learn as well. That kind of evoking of curiosity and interest can be very effective. So I'm going to walk us through just a little demonstration of this. It won't take long. Do this on your own. You can make your guesses on paper with a pen, or you can just think of a number. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you 3 questions that came out of research on faculty perceptions of online teaching. This study was conducted in 2017, pre-pandemic. Over 13,400 faculty members at a range of institutions, teaching online, teaching in person. This research is about what faculty think about online teaching. I'm going to ask you 3 questions about the findings, and I'm going to invite you to guess the answer. So the first question is that the first question is, researchers asked faculty, do you believe that online education makes it more possible for more people to go to school? Do you believe that that is, what do you think that that increases access? In your own head or on your notes, make a guess. What do you think that percentage would be? What percentage of the 13,400 faculty members who responded to this survey would say, yeah, online education makes it easier for more people to get a college degree? Well, the answer is 79%. 79% of faculty in 2017, I'm curious about this because, again, that was pre-pandemic, believe that online education increases access. Now, of those faculty respondents, how many of them think that online education doesn't work, that it's not as effective, that students can't learn as well in these spaces? What percentage would you guess? Well, the answer is almost half. Almost half of those 13,400 faculty members are skeptical about whether this works. Again, pre-pandemic, I'm very curious what the responses would be now, but this actually motivates my work because it can be good. It absolutely can be as effective. There is robust research to show that learning outcomes can be just as good, if not better, in online spaces when we know what we're doing to help our students be effective and to learn. So this is sobering to me, but also motivating. Now, one final question from this study, and that is, what percentage of those 13,400 respondents love teaching online, never need to teach in person again, just love teaching in online spaces? What would you guess? Well, the answer is 9%. 9%, 2017, pre-pandemic, love teaching online. I'm curious what that number would be right now. But again, this really motivates my work because I believe that we can love teaching online. Sometimes I feel that we haven't properly been prepared. We haven't had time to really equip ourselves. But that's what we're doing here today. That's why we're here, is so that we can really learn how to love what we do. And so let me just unpack this activity. What we're doing is we're designing for curiosity and for interest. Because here's what I know. When I asked you those questions and you guessed the number or the answer to those questions, before I revealed that answer, you were on the edge of your seat. You could hardly wait to find out what was that answer going to be? What would that number be? Because you guessed, and that taps into the learning science around predicting, that when we predict the outcome of something, we naturally are more focused on learning what happens. In fact, that's why if you engage in a football pool in your office or your department, that you are then prone to watching the entire football season more closely because you predicted the winner of the Super Bowl. And so we can put that to work in our teaching, not always just telling our students what we want them to know, but framing things in terms of questions, inviting them to guess, to wonder what could be, to make predictions. Now, of course, these need to be low stakes, but if you're solving an equation, you can ask students, what do you think comes next? What do you think the outcome will be? Whatever it might be, get your students thinking and curious and wondering, and it will help you to pay attention. It will help them to pay attention to you. Now, one last kind of practical recommendation that I want to share with you here today, and that is to do everything that you can to create a welcoming tone. Now, as I said, we have so much available to us in terms of technology, so many things that we can do to really convey concepts, information, to demonstrate problem solving, all these things. But if we are not creating that really inclusive and warm and supportive environment, it's not going to be quite as effective. Your students, like my daughters, might be tempted to drift off and play a game on the living room floor. And so when we really invest in connecting with students through the screen, through the camera, even as I said before, in our learning management systems, create a sense that the lights are on, that the music is playing, and students are in the right place at the right time, in all the ways that you communicate with your students and in the ways that you seek to connect with them as people. What we know, again, is that no matter what happens with technology, and it is coming, it is here, there is so much potential, it's so exciting, but without the support of the other people, it's just not going to be as effective. We need to focus, keep our focus on collaborations and community, because the technology is not going to do the teaching for us. You are required, the expert in your field, the person who knows how to explain complicated concepts and provide another example or another analogy to help students understand how this phenomenon works. That interaction is what is really important in these online spaces. A book came out this past year, 2020. This is Justin Reich. He's the author of this book called Failure to Disrupt: Why Technology Alone Can't Transform Education. And he makes a really interesting argument along the lines of what I was just saying. The tech doesn't teach. He analyzes things, for example, like MOOCs, those massive online open courses that never really took off and had the impact that they were predicted to have. And it's because it's less collaborative, less interactive. The technology can't do the teaching. We have to do the teaching. And one of the arguments that Reich makes is that, for example, computer programs are really good at super linear, super well-defined things. So we can program if this, then that. But what we cannot program in a computer software system is how to communicate with complexity. And as I've thought about it, this is the essence of teaching. This is what we do. Our students sometimes have additional questions, areas of confusion. They need us to explain something again. They want that back and forth in order to not just be listening or learning, I should say, from a video on YouTube or a tutorial manual. They want the interaction because they need their questions answered. They need you to engage in complex communication. And this is why I argue that the technology can't do it. You have to do it. There is a place for you. Now, we have an opportunity to use technology in really cool and exciting ways, but it's still about how we support our students. Again, as we look forward to what's coming next, we know that the technology that is coming down the line, that is already here, it really enables us to do some really exciting, innovative, engaging things. And it's important that we don't forget about the people in our classes. We need to foster those connections. The people are at the center of what we do. And it's our role as educators using technology effectively. And I think my cat is walking behind me there. That's something that's happening these days, right? It's our role as educators to really keep the focus on the people while we are learning how to teach with technology more effectively. As we meet the moment, as we rethink the classroom experience from here, it's about using tech well, but it's also, and importantly, I would say most importantly, about engaging with our students and our learners in these spaces. So with that, I am going to see what questions, what comments we have. Linda, I know that you were standing by ready to engage here.
I'm sitting by in front of my screen.
Sitting by.
Yeah. Flower, that was just fabulous and such great inspiration as we really think about the way we're developing instruction, delivering instruction, and supporting the whole learning experience. So you've given us a lot to think about, and I thought we might take a few minutes, and I'm going to ask you, in your book, Small Teaching Online, you spend some time on technology and how faculty can use tools, choose tools, and not be used or chosen by tools. Yes. And some of that has to do with being intentional about instruction and the way you're designing courses. But I'd love to let you talk about that. And how do you know, as an educator, what tool is right at what time, and particularly for these online students?
That is a wonderful question, Linda. Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to expand on that just a little bit. I think you hit the nail on the head. You yourself said we want to be intentional with the technology that we choose and not let ourselves get chosen by the technology. As I said at the beginning, I've been teaching for 25 years, and if I had a dime for every time that I decided to try something new just because my colleague said it was really cool, there's my cat again, hello. See, we're keeping it real here. She never does this before. She's only, yeah.
It's all good. Don't worry.
I myself have been really prone to trying the brand new shiny technology, the new app, the new system, the new website to get students to engage with me. And I can tell you that when we do it without a good pedagogical purpose, without a direct connection to aligning with our learning goals for the class, that's when it is least successful. So we definitely want to think about whatever that technology might be, whether it is video instruction, whether it is annotation device, whether it's a learning retrieval app that we use to help students remember, whether it's polling. Polling can be really effective, but we still want to make sure that we're using it for a good pedagogical reason. And I do have one other recommendation on this note as well. That is that we really need to be confident with the technology that we choose to use in our classes. Now that might mean some practice because, you know, the way I think about it, when we first started teaching in person, we were probably more nervous than we are today. It took us longer to get ready for class. We felt more anxious as we walked into the physical classroom when we were new at it. But with time and experience, we became more confident and more competent as well. And the same thing with technologies that we use in our teaching. I'm not saying that you have to be perfect, but you should have a fair level of comfort with tech that you're going to be using for your classes. Because I even was speaking with a student just a few weeks ago, and she said, if the professor is learning the technology or the program at the same time as they want us to be learning it, that doesn't really go very well. So make sure that you have a reason to use that tech, that it supports your learning goals, and make sure that you'll have some level of familiarity with how to use it as well.
I think what we also hear from faculty is, they're feeling enormous pressure to trot out more multimedia, yes, more slide decks, more videos, more, and it's almost solution overload. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about, you don't have to be George Lucas to use video in your classroom. I mean, you could, but so that people feel confident trying small things in small interventions first, right?
Linda, I feel a little creeped out because I feel like you were reading my current book project that I'm writing right now. And it says in there, leave Hollywood to Hollywood. You don't have to be a multi-million-dollar video company. What you have to be. So thank you for that cue. And I trust you haven't been accessing my documents.
Honest,
but
I haven't.
You're 100% right. What students want, we know this. There is robust evidence from the students. They want you. They want authentically you. If you trip over your tongue in your video instruction, that's okay. If your cat walks behind you on camera, that's okay. If your hair isn't perfect, if you are keeping things simple and lower tech, that is absolutely okay. Students are not going to be fooled that we are in a multi-million-dollar Hollywood studio, but they want authentically you. And small teaching online really is about simple things that we can do, taking things in small steps. Just as an example, today I shared lots of ideas, lots of solutions, but here's what I would also add. Don't try them all at once. If you do, it's a guarantee for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. Try one thing, one little thing, and get comfortable with that. See the improvement in student engagement. Tweak it, revise it, implement the way, improve the way that you're implementing that, and then add something else. So simple, 100% important, authentic. Don't feel like your video recording has to be perfect. I was talking to faculty last week who told me that sometimes they'll record their video announcement 20 times until they feel happy with the way it came through, and that is absolutely not necessary. When we teach in person, we trip over our tongues or we have a bad hair day or whatever it might be. So just learn to become a little bit more comfortable being yourself on the camera and in these online spaces as well.
And try new things. And if they work for you, do more. If they don't work for you, put them aside. There's so many great options. Flower, I'm also wondering if we can, you spent a lot of time on the big circle, the emotional response circle. Mm-hmm. And yeah. I think when we think about first-year students who were never on a college campus and started college this year, whether 2-year school, 4-year school, or their graduate work, but they started online where they didn't know classmates, they didn't know faculty, or students who were having a terrific on-campus experience and suddenly that was shut down. When we look at the K-12 side of the equation, we hear people talking a lot about social emotional needs for that group of learners and faculty. I'm wondering, are you experiencing the same in the higher ed environment? And can you give us some tips about how we can help students, how we can help colleagues? I think you referred to it at one point as teaching humans, as we were talking.
Yes. Yeah, right. And I believe this is something that higher education faculty know intuitively. But my sense is that prior to this pandemic, it may not have been something that we really thought a lot about. Again, because we are accustomed to teaching in person. Even students who are taking our classes online, oftentimes they're still having a physical campus experience somehow or other. They can go to their physical campus to sign up for classes, pay their bills, buy their books, whatever it might be. So this recognition that they are people in our classes and that establishing that relationship is so important. And talking to students about that as well. Here's an example. I am often asked when teaching live synchronous, should I require my students to turn on their cameras? And, you know, right, we talked about this earlier, that it really does help me as your professor to be able to see you and see your head nods and your confused expression. It helps me when you have your cameras on, but I don't recommend that it should be required because there are equity considerations and it might reveal some challenges about students' home lives, for example, that we would never see in the classroom. But what we can do is we can talk to our students as people and encourage that humanity and just say to our students, hey, you know what? It helps me. If you can turn on your cameras, please do. It really helps me. And so, like I said, just talking to our students even about how we need to interact and form those connections. I think that can help them as well.
Excuse me. I think in our just remaining 1 minute or so, if you can talk a little bit about the practicalities of engagement. There are techniques. Yeah. It's not just a dream, student engagement. There are practical things.
Sure, thank you. Good question, and I'll keep it short. But for example, I did not model best practice today. So ideally, if you were teaching to your students in a live format, you should not talk for 50 minutes straight and expect your students to be paying attention. I did that because of this format and because we're working with professionals here. But a practical thing to do is to stop every 10, 15 minutes, even 8 to 12 minutes, and check in with your students. Give them a quick poll. Ask them a question in the chat box. Are you with me? What question do you have at this time? Even ask them to use an emoji reaction to give you a response on how they're doing. When you're teaching in the learning management system, make an effort to be in there multiple days per week and doing visible things, posting announcements, posting discussion replies, certainly grading and giving feedback so that you're there frequently. Students see that you're there with them.
That's awesome. Flower, this has been just the very best hour. Or as I called it, Flower Hour. It was just wonderful. Folks, we're gonna thank Flower, and we hope you'll join us for our next live session about sketchnoting with Tim May. To learn more about small teaching online, I personally would recommend that you get a hold of Flower's book, Small Teaching Online. And if you have other questions, you can send them in to us on the Summit site on YouTube. And with that, Flower, we're going to say thank you. You have started us off wonderfully. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hello and welcome to our Higher Education Coast to Coast panel, Think21. I'm Linda Winter. Happy to see you all this afternoon, and particularly glad to welcome Jeff Alpe and Eric Teipelis. Jeff's from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and Eric, as you see on his screen, is from the University of Michigan, Flint. We're going to be talking about a range of technology issues, challenges, successes, and opportunities today. And so I'm going to ask our two panelists to introduce themselves to you. Eric Teipelis, can we start with you?
Sure. Yeah. Nice to virtually see everybody. I've been with the University of Michigan for 21 years. Most of that time on the Flint campus, one of the two satellite campuses of the University of Michigan. Currently interim associate director of central IT department there, and I also manage our IT project management team.
That's great. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Jeff, hi.
Hi. Thank you for having me. My name is Jeff Alpe. I'm the IT director for the Frank Porter Graham Child Development Institute at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And we are one of the largest research institutes in the country, focusing on early childhood education and development. I've been with UNC Chapel Hill 12 years. I started as a web developer and web programmer, and I've been IT director at FPG for almost 3 years now.
That's great. And I think it's exciting because we'll have a variety of perspectives here. I thought we might just start by talking about a retrospective look over the last 11 to 12 months. Some of the success stories you both have seen in your institutions during the pandemic around learning continuity, student engagement and growth, program growth in your case, Jeff, program sustainability, and what's gone on both in faculty and staff's capacity to adapt to this new kind of remote, hybrid, and evolving environment. Jeff, you want to jump in first?
Sure. Looking back, the transition to remote work happened very quickly. We kind of saw it coming from news reports, but when the university actually gave the announcement that whatever it was, Friday, March 19th or whatever was going to be our last day, and we were switching to remote, it sent off a lot of panic. And for most of our researchers, remote wasn't going to be all that big of a deal because they had laptops, they knew how to access their data. But for some of the office personnel who had no experience working remotely, getting them up and running was quite a bit of a challenge. And this was like our financial team and human resources team. We had to find them equipment, and B, train them how to use it. And a lot of them didn't necessarily know where to go to find the data. You know, mapping network drives, navigating VPN, how to pull up records and stuff. So it was a bit of a learning curve those first few weeks getting everyone up and running. But once a week or so had passed, people got into a new routine, and it was really pretty smooth sailing. I'm happy to report. From the researcher side, there was some issue. We had to be, as an IT department, we had to be very flexible on it, and we backtracked on some of our original statements when we had said, oh no, you can't take your monitors from office home and stuff like that. After about a day and a half of saying no, we relented and said, okay, you have to fill out these offsite user agreement forms, and we had to find ways to quickly get signatures and notify supervisors and stuff. So once that happened, everyone got up and running quickly, and it introduces, from an IT troubleshooting perspective, it introduces some new elements to have to go through if there's technical difficulties, not sure where the point of failure is, whether it's a remote desktop, whether it's VPN, or some other, or home Wi-Fi. Troubleshooting home Wi-Fi issues can be a little bit dicey sometimes on trying to tell your users how to run speed tests and stuff. But yeah, we got up and running pretty quickly, and I was very pleased at the results, and to the point where some of the supervisors that would never have allowed remote work a year ago are now considering allowing remote or hybrid work once we actually go back full time. So I think it was it was good. It was a lot of work, but it was good.
Yeah, it's one of those examples of things that we've learned and we'll carry forward. Eric, how about you? Success stories from the last 10, 11 months. What's going on in Flint?
Yeah, definitely. I think we had a lot of the same experiences as just described. That very quick pivot to, we had that exact same experience, as a matter of fact, going from no, people can't take equipment off campus to, what, sure, whatever you need, same thing. Let's try to keep track of it. Let's try to record it. At least we are positioned well from an IT perspective. We're a central IT organization. So all of campus already came to us. A few units have embedded technical folks, and they were invaluable in terms of supporting their groups. They generally, if they have embedded IT folks, it's because they have large, diverse, specific kinds of pools. Researchers, our school of management, our nursing school, folks that have very specific needs. So we were able to leverage those folks successfully. And, for us, fortunately, the Flint campus, as a satellite campus, our primary flagship campus is more, that's where U of M students generally go when they really want that full that full traditional on-campus experience. The Flint campus already was a highly online environment, and generally more of a commuter campus. Only about 10 to 15% of our students live on campus. We have about 8,000 students and an equal number of online students. So fortunately, the pivot for our online students was not hard. The pivot for the faculty, that was a little bit more of a challenge.
We're going to dig into that.
Yep, absolutely. But in terms of success, I do have to say that partnering with our online education department, became probably the critical key to our success. We already worked together closely before, but we realized very quickly that we were two parts of the same, two sides of the same coin. Essentially, we became, in IT, we became the gateway for many of our users to basically to learn or to enhance their online teaching skills from just getting online, just getting access, getting set up at home, understanding how to turn their webcams on, convincing folks to get real webcams and not try to use the tiny, terrible webcam in their laptop, things like that. And then our online folks, once our faculty especially were up to speed, a little more on the basics of the technology, then our online folks could really engage with them and work well. So it became a two-part effort, and it was very successful. The fall semester was rough, sure it was for everybody. Winter was considerably better, and we had the same experience that Jeff mentioned before too. I think that not only many faculty who would not have considered teaching online before are now considering, but in that same vein, many supervisors, many of our staff offices have already not only are saying, maybe we'll do this. We've had a few come out and say, we're not coming back to campus. And these are folks who would never have considered working off campus before. They understand it now, and they know that it can work. So that's what we're saying as well. Just that, I think it's a success in terms of flexibility. I think in higher ed, it can always be a little bit of a challenge retaining quality employees, valued employees over, not wanting to lose them to the private sector. So when you can offer flexibility like that, I think that's key.
That's it. It's really. Oh, go ahead, Jeff. Jump in.
Oh, I was just going to add on the flexibility because UNC Chapel Hill and University of Michigan are both state institutions who have state bureaucratic rules that apply, and sometimes having the HR rules keep pace with the conditions. That was another challenge. Was getting some flexibility from the state HR to even allow kind of remote working or things like flexible work schedules and stuff like that to get kind of these HR exemptions posted in for the pandemic response.
Mm-hmm.
Makes perfect sense. I wonder if we can just spend a little time talking about the new skills faculty and staff have had to develop, new technology skills, because sometimes techniques we use for in-person teaching or even conducting in-person meetings, much different when you either are in a blended situation or fully remote. And I'm wondering what you both have done to ease that pathway for people. Eric, you want to jump in?
Sure. I think one of the principal things, which is kind of low tech now to think about, but just really getting down into the weeds with faculty and staff and students, for that matter, with the basics, with Zoom, with online. We moved to Google G Suite a couple years ago, fortunately just in time, I guess, for this. But really circling back with our users and approaching it from a perspective of you've had these tools available for a while, but we're not gonna make any problems for you in terms of whether or not you should have already known how to use the technology. It's here, it's available. It will make it much easier for you. So we really tried to reach out in a very warm and friendly way with lots of reminders of, hey, not only are there these types of tools, but hey, we're also here to help you because this is a stressful time. So rather than just sending you a link or saying, well, here's all of our, our tech notes on our website, go look there and you could probably find what you're looking for. We really tried to, extend kind of a white glove treatment to anybody and everybody. And we found good success with those who were tech challenged, but we actually found really good success with those. We got so many calls from folks who said, I should know this. I've been using technology for years, but all of a sudden this isn't fun and games. Like, I have to figure out how to teach my class. I have to do important meetings. I can't screw this up. So it wasn't so much that it was a new skill in the broad sense, but it was a new focus on some of these tried and true, technologies.
Sure.
Yeah, we had to do things like, at the beginning, we had Zoom for a year, but we had to do things like teach the users, security and how to protect their Zoom meeting. And then the university rolled out, new security measures that could be implemented in our departmental sub-accounts and educating users on that. And then one thing we had is accessibility issues. We sponsored several conferences that are normally multi-day in-person conferences, and those needed to go virtual. So we had to do things like provide live captioning service to the keynote speakers and save all those files and stuff like that. We partnered with some other companies to get the captioning, and then eventually Zoom added live captioning, and then Microsoft Teams added live captioning, and now PowerPoint even has live captioning. So it was stuff like that. The technology was quickly catching up to the needs being presented, and then it was up to us to kind of roll out those changes and explain to users how to do it. And we also did things like lunch with IT, where one of my technicians would open up a Zoom meeting, like, come on, ask me anything. It could be about your home Wi-Fi. It could be about Teams. It could be about Zoom. It could be, whatever. Just come on, let's ask me questions on it. We'll help get you set up and get you some answers. So it was doing stuff like that, and that I think helps with the communication and getting out in front of problems and figuring out what your users are actually needing and where the questions are arising.
I think what we're hearing from both of you is, first you have to establish kind of this baseline use of technology and get folks comfortable. And my assumption, but you tell me if we're correct here, that now they're beginning to see they can do more than just show their PowerPoints and talk, or just be in front of the camera and lecture, that there are things they can do to really increase, in some cases, student engagement or staff engagement. Is that accurate? Would you say?
I would say from my end, from the staff and researcher, and they've discovered things like virtual breakout rooms, whiteboards, that they can share other types of content, not just PowerPoint, going across. So yeah, I think that is true.
Yeah, and I would echo that. And I think that, many of our faculty especially thought that their biggest concern would be learning technology and then having to turn around and teach to their students.
Sure.
And in so many cases, I mean, it's logical, of course, if you take a step back and think about just the age and the technology comfort level of the average student with that of the average faculty member. But I think many faculty were surprised at the fact that their students were already way out there ahead of them. They were online, they were doing things in a very dynamic way, and faculty were actually needing to catch up a little bit. So that notion of, this is new for everybody, for some faculty really was more, oh, wow, okay. There are already all these other great collaborative ways that students are working and ways that they're connecting. And I can get on board with that. So initially we had a little bit of push and pull. Faculty saying, for instance, no, everything has to be done inside, our LMS. And us and students saying, no, there's huge collaboration opportunities in other tools besides the LMS. Let's get outside of that and let's operate, especially in the Google G Suite environment, which again, it was an enterprise level, implementation all across the university. I think that was key too. That this forced our faculty to get up to speed on that, which also honestly helped them connect with faculty members from other campuses, other U of M campuses, and I think that was very helpful.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah, I mean, I think we ask a lot of faculty. We ask them to be subject matter experts. Now we need them to be more facile with technology and begin to use it in more innovative ways. Part of that, I think, is because students are coming to institutions with different kinds of expectations. They expect a good technology user experience. They want faculty to be using modern tools, right, to engage, etc. And my assumption that's true for programs like you're managing as well, Jeff, because staff, your postdoc researchers on, they all order from Uber and transact business online, and they want that work and that learning experience and their administrative experience to have that, right?
Right.
What would you both say about faculty's willingness to try new apps or even new tools? And of course, in this case, I'm thinking about things like, digital ink, like a pen tablet. Are they more willing now, since they've gotten through this period of time, to try some new things, do you think? Jeff, I see you.
Yeah, I had a few thoughts on this. I think the answer overall is yes, because for our research projects that are grant-funded projects, a lot of, in order to conduct the research, involves going out into schools, observing classrooms, forming partnerships with teachers and school districts and in school administration. And, in the past year, schools haven't been running, our researchers haven't been able to get into classrooms. And once classrooms reopen, I think there's still going to be a reluctance to let researchers kind of back in classrooms, even as observers. So one of the things that one project did was to minimize contact, they actually invested in swivel technology and provided iPads, and now the teachers can set up these swivels on their desk and be able to record themselves and still move around, and so you can observe the whole classroom action. So I think that was something that was very adaptable. And other things like changing the instruments that you're using from paper-based, observation-based into maybe video coding or digital data collection, stuff like that. So you do have to, it's forced, I think, in some respects, a modernization of how we conduct research.
Sure,
and I think there's more willingness to adapt and try new things. And I'll be curious to see, next year how well those videos that were shot in the classrooms using Swivel, how well they worked. And the same would be with digital ink and platforms like that to see how well they can be incorporated into environments.
Exactly. Hey, Eric, have you noticed more faculty members, whether they're full-time or adjunct or whatever's going on, are they using more interactive tools as part of instruction, more video as part of instruction? Are they changing that instructional delivery model some, do you think?
I think so. I really do. Feedback that we've gotten from faculty who are trying to learn new technologies definitely would indicate that they're pulling a lot more interactive technology and just a lot more multimedia. There was the notion before of lecture capture from many of our faculty. It was really, we have lecture capture rooms that are really nicely positioned for this. So many faculty just set up a video camera and just sort of record a video, sometimes with their phone, and then they post that to into our LMS, and they don't take any advantage of the very advanced lecture capture studios that we've created. And that seemed to be sort of the default. Well, if it's going to be online, it's asynchronous, here's a video, have at it. I think they've embraced all the different tools that they have, many have, to just do different interesting things. And again, and it's my personal opinion, I don't have a lot of evidence for this, but that a lot of these, when they would ask students to contribute or students to interact, students were doing interesting things that the faculty hadn't seen before. And, so there's that cross-pollination going on now, again, because it had to be synchronous in most cases, where before a lot of our online learning was asynchronous. So the faculty still generally led the experience before, and I think in this new reality, there's so much more student engagement, student involvement. And again, in some cases, that was planned. In many cases, again, that was faculty catching up. The students were sort of out in front and they were running to catch up. And while they're doing that, the students are sort of putting on this dazzling display of technology. Sure. But I think a lot of faculty, and I don't want to downplay or be dismissive, I think a lot of faculty simply hadn't seen it before, and being bright, capable, motivated people, they quickly they said, hey, that's awesome. How do you do that? And they started doing it.
And they went for it. Yeah, we want them to be subject matter experts. This whole technology thing is additive, right? Yeah. And so it's a balancing act, for sure. Mm-hmm. My sense here is that advances that institutions make, whether it's campus like Flint and what you're doing, or programmatically, Jeff, for you, is that the farther you can go with technology now to enhance instruction, enhance engagement, the better off you are in terms of student retention, mm-hmm. Enrollment going forward. Some of those things. Is that a correct assumption? What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, definitely. Again, we're being a smaller campus and being more engaged. I definitely have heard from the students. Our IT department employs I don't know, 40 to 50 student workers, and certainly almost to the students, we've gotten feedback that not only have they just seen, I mean, many faculty know that they work for the IT department, so of course they quickly became favorites to have in classes. Beyond that, though, they're reflecting that there's just been a lot more general engagement, by students. And again, I think this is a specific advantage of my institution in that our campus already was more of a commuter and online campus to begin with. So the students were mostly all kind of there anyway. They wanted a more, they prefer an online environment. They already wanted a more interactive online environment, and that's what they've gotten in this case. So at least for us, I think that's definitely helped.
Right. So now we just have to find that way to turn subject matter experts, faculty, to build that tech capacity for them so that they're doing more, right, with the tools that they have. Jeff, from your perspective, the technology foundation for a program like yours, does it make you more competitive? And do you see it doing that going forward?
It does make it more competitive because the competition for grant funding is increasing exponentially, from NIH and IES and all these and foundations, and you really need to build these technology components in to make the grant application kind of pop on it, to do something different and interesting and use the technology. So I think programmatically and from an institution that's grant funded, I think it's important. On a more general note, in terms of the campus itself, I think my university's CIO had a great point in that institutions like UNC Chapel Hill, in terms of marketing, have spent millions and millions of dollars marketing the campus experience and not the value of the instructors and the instruction you're given. So when you take the campus experience out of it, you're left with parents and students scratching their heads. It's just like, well, why am I paying for all of this if I'm not having the campus experience? And so I think the university probably needs to do a little bit better job of marketing the quality of instruction that is being given and not just the campus life.
Yeah, I think that's a shift a lot of institutions are finding themselves having to really consider and address. I think we're getting pretty close to time here, but as we look ahead really to next academic year, when there might be more of a campus experience, a little bit more maybe, wondering what things you're going to do now to help faculty prepare, to enhance instruction, inject more engagement into instruction, and changes that you're expecting for the year ahead when things begin gradually to reopen. My sense is it won't be like we flip a switch and it's suddenly back to 2019, but curious about your perspective. Eric, you want to jump in first?
Sure. Yeah, and for University of Michigan, it's already been announced that even if we do go back primarily in person in the fall, masks will still be required. So you're right, that supports that notion that it's going to be a slow emergence back into something resembling whatever we want to call whatever before was. From the U of M Flint perspective, we absolutely are adapting our current investment. For instance, we're implementing a modern CRM. That is considered by executive leadership to be the top initiative at our school right now. So making that push to better track engagement, better track enrollment, better track retention, that's going to support the push for basically, and I think we kind of touched on it earlier, but a lot of schools understand now that they have to reinvent themselves. If they can't offer that traditional on-campus experience, what are they going to do? Since we didn't that wasn't really our forte to begin with. We're still reinventing ourselves in terms of what do we offer that students can't get online. We have a great online program, but what else can we offer? So our investment dollars are going towards our STEM programs, our hands-on labs, our health sciences, again with hands-on labs. And that's where we're seeing the notion that we'll see the most growth there. Because not only, I mean, we're competing with ourselves, number one, but we're competing with lots of other schools out there as well. We're competing with lots of open, online, free programming, to be honest. So what is it that we're offering that students can't get online? And that's really where our technology focus is going to be as we emerge into this new reality. How do we help our faculty primarily learn to use tools that reinforce the value of the programs, the facilities, the important aspects that students can come to campus for and need to come to campus for to put their hands on things. The more that we can accentuate technology there, the more that we can get faculty up to speed, and the more that we can support student development, even peer-led student development in using those technologies, the better that will be for the entire campus.
Yeah, and I think in health sciences, in STEM, technology tools are really critical. In a remote and a hybrid, and in a lot of cases in person, so that you can look at simulations. Kids can't always share equipment anymore. Things like that, technology is going to be really important for faculty, I think. Jeff, you want to talk about what you see ahead for this coming academic year?
Well, like Michigan, UNC has already announced pretty much full campus enrollment. For our institute in particular, where we think the issues are going to be is now in how we use our space. We're currently spread out in over 4 buildings, all off-campus buildings. And so one of the things we're doing is we're doing a return to work survey where we're asking people, how they feel about going back into work, but how they can best do their jobs, whether that's remote or they must be in the office or whether some hybrid. And based on that, we might decide we need less dedicated office space and more like touchdown space for people to come in, set their laptop down, and then run to their meetings in the conference rooms and then go back to their home offices. So I suspect we'll get a lot more of that type of working situations going on, that hybrid model. And I think also one of the areas that's driving things is going to be budgets. University is facing massive budget cuts to make up for the lost revenue, and cutting back on the rents on some of these off-campus buildings, if people can be consolidated into buildings, I think is a cost saving. Sure. So there's some economic drivers to how we're going to work, and I may have to change the equipment that I provide the staff, and I might have to move away from providing desktops into providing laptops or tablets or some other piece of technology. Because one of the questions we asked on this return to work survey is, what do you need to be successful at your job? And so we'll take it from there when we release this and get those answers.
Well, maybe we'll reconvene 12 months from now, and we can work on the next chapter of this evolution. Eric, Jeff, thank you so very much for spending some time with us and our Think21 higher ed audience today to share your insights. They're valuable and important. So we want to, on behalf of the Wacom team, say thank you very much, and we'll look forward to more input in the months ahead. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Thanks, Linda. It's been a pleasure.
You too. May, welcome.
Thank you so much, Linda. I am very excited to be here today. I'll talk about myself in a moment, but I'm just really excited about this topic of being able to deliver some visual thinking ideas for higher education. This sort of hits at a sweet spot for things that I'm passionate about. So I definitely have been working this manner for a number of years. So I'm really honored to be a part of the Wacom Education Summit. Just making sure everyone can see what I'm presenting. It looks like I'm relatively clear, so I'm going to keep moving, and very excited to be a part of this. So let me start with telling a little bit of a story, and in this story, I'm going to talk about the value of sketchnoting. So I live in the Pacific Northwest. I work in Portland, and I am a bike commuter. So most of the time when I am going places, I ride on two wheels. Portland has a very good cycling infrastructure. It's not very difficult to get where you need to go on bikes in Portland. Lots of really good bike trails. But unfortunately, I was driving someone. This is the fall of 2012. I'm going to take you back, sort of paint the picture. Probably raining, if I remember the day. And we were coming up I-5, which is sort of coming up this direction from the south. And I was dropping off a guy somewhere in the city who needed to be dropped off for his car. And I took the Water Ave exit off of I-5. I was driving along, coming up Yamhill, and I realized I was in the wrong place. I needed to get all the way over here. I was in the wrong part of Portland. So, okay, took the wrong exit. I'm going to make a hard right on Martin Luther King on MLK. Then I need to take a left turn right away, go back around, and I was eventually trying to get back over here. But at this point, the story gets a little more interesting. All of a sudden, an officer stops me and tells me that I had just committed 3 infractions all in a row. So I didn't realize that I'd done that, but apparently I'm not terribly good at driving in Portland. So to go back and understand what infractions I just committed, well, apparently, as I was coming down this direction, at the first stop, I had a rolling stop right there. So I failed to make the actual stop sign. I didn't come to a complete stop at that particular point. Then, as I turned onto MLK, there's multiple lanes on that road. So I immediately crossed like 3 lanes of traffic in order to make a right turn on what was actually a no right turn street. So all those 3 infractions added up to a fairly substantial ticket. So you can see here, pretty big ticket. In fact, when I say it's a big ticket, it was a stupid, long-ass, giant, enormous ticket that takes up my entire screen. And so in thinking about this experience, right, the first thing I think is crap. This really adds up. This is a lot of money. Like, when things like that happen, the moment I see the ticket, your mind sort of goes to, what are the things I'm going to have to do without in order to be able to pay for this? And so I'm sort of thinking about all those things. And the officer told me, now, you can either pay the ticket right away, or you can do a couple of things. And here's the things that we recommend you could possibly do as a way to make up for this. So there's a share the road safety class that you could take. And there are a couple of other things that you could do. And if you do those things, maybe the judge will give you a little more leniency in the cost of the ticket. So as I mentioned, this is 2012. I had started doing some sketchnoting, that kind of thing, but I went to this share the road traffic safety class as a sort of like, well, if anything can help me like reduce the cost of this ridiculously large ticket, that would be good. So I show up at this course, and these are the notes that I took in this course. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit and just show you they're not the best. But you can kind of see, right, that this is early on. I was an early sketchnoter. This was just a part of my trying to understand what was going on. And so, the finding out that everyone needs to share the road, right? That cars, bikes, pedestrians, motorcycles, anything on the road is considered a vehicle. And that the law is always changing. That's really helpful for us who are trying to just obey the law, but we don't exactly know what it is because it's different this week than it was last week. So I took all of these little, nice little sketches, trying to understand like what they were telling us about like You can see a little thing here, right? That it's like signal 100 feet before the lane change turn, right? I was taking some good little notes. These aren't great, but they're pretty good. Like you can get a little bit of the story. So I wrote down all of this and thought, okay, well, now I have a little better understanding of some of these ways to share the road. I did tell the officer in sort of a little pathetic rant. We all get so pathetic when we're pulled over by a cop, right? All of a sudden we're like, please don't tell me. And in my groveling, I said, I'm really more of a cyclist. I don't know these roads terribly well as a motorist. So I think part of the reason he was like, well, try and take this course. But I took these notes and went to the Multnomah County Multnomah County Courthouse and showed the judge these notes. And the judge said I didn't have to pay anything, that the value of sketchnoting in this case is $811.28. So that was at least my experience. So my hope is, as you go through what I'm going to be sharing with you today, that not only will you save yourself money next time you get a speeding ticket, and that you can use your sketchnoting skills to impress a judge to show them how much you learned, but also really the value of sketchnoting, in my view, as I sort of unzip the next part of my presentation and move over, the value of sketchnoting is the value of engagement. How valuable is it to have people engage in what you're sharing? And I think that, as educators, right now is such a critical time to be able to have students engage. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, but almost everything I go through for the rest of my seminar, the rest of my session today, will be focused on this idea of using these sketch notes to make learning engaging, to get people checked in. And I'll talk more about that as I go on. So as mentioned earlier, I am Tim May. I have loved Wacom and used their products since 1999. That was the first time I got a Wacom tablet and started, sketching on tablets. And I'll talk a little bit more about my setup today, how I'm sketching in real time and what I'm using. But to tell you a little bit about my backstory, I'm the creative director at Explain. It looks like Explain. I didn't come up with that, but we explain things that are hard to explain. We're a design consultancy. And what we like to say is, since 1993, we've been leading the world at leading change through people. And it's a very human-centered change organization, and we use a lot of visuals, visual thinking, sketchnoting as part of our process. I'll talk more about that later in my presentation. But I want to talk a little bit for a moment now about how people learn. And learning in memory. So your brain is hardwired to receive and read visual input. And if you think about the way, when we're looking at something that is a series of words, we don't necessarily have a terribly long memory for those words, right? That I could say scary, drooling, teeth, snarling. These words are translated sequentially in our brains, which basically means every letter is translated in our brain as a single picture, and it's putting those pictures together and trying to understand the meaning of all those pictures as they combine. However, when our brain sees an image, it has a very different reaction, right? So seeing the image of the scary, snarling, drooling creature, the pictures are translated simultaneously in our brains, that we're having this almost immediate response. And not only are we recognizing it more quickly, we're remembering it longer. So the value of images and the value of kind of sketchnoting in this regard is it makes content and information sticky. So one of my first recommendations is just use more pictures and use better pictures in the way that you're trying to communicate with people. We understand that we need to use words. I'll talk more about that in a moment, but this is called the picture superiority effect. Let me say that one more time. The picture superiority effect. And you can look it up. There's lots of research on sort of the way your brain encodes information and the way images sort of are double encoded. So moving forward, I want to talk for a little bit about literacy. So literacy is the ability to both read and write. And I think that when we're talking about literacy, it's important to know that because of the way our brains are wired, we can already read visual images very well, right? The read part, we've got it down, right? It's like, oh, I see images, I make sense of it. It doesn't require any training. Just the information that's already in our brains will allow us to understand images very quickly. However, not everybody is literate in being able to draw, right? To create visual content for others. So part of my first sort of challenge for those attending is don't be visually illiterate. Let's build up some visual literacy in a way that allows us to communicate with our audience. Who is our audience? Students are the best, aren't they? I loved being a student. I've loved students ever since I graduated. I just think like university students are wonderful human beings, fascinating. And so one of the things that becoming more visually literate will allow you to do is better communicate with your audience. And in building up literacy, I want to talk a little bit about where you start. So a couple of points as I get to that. The act of drawing creates engagement, right? The fact that I'm drawing right now on the screen is causing you to kind of like, oh, that's pretty cool, right? This is kind of this is a pretty magnetic presentation Tim's got going on here. Sorry, I'm a dad. Dad jokes just sort of come out. But that idea of drawing, creating engagement for people and getting people involved, right? It's particularly effective when you're doing remote teaching and learning, right? That as people are watching things on a screen, it is so darn easy to tune out. I know we've all done it. You might be doing it right now. It's like, oh, my Twitter feed. There's something I want to check in on. But the fact that I'm drawing just allows this to be a little more fun, right? That my hope is that it brings a little more engagement to what we're talking about. So back to that note that I was talking about, like learning to be visually literate. So when we're talking about drawing and writing, so I've been doing this for quite a while. And so for me, drawing really is the same as writing, right? That I think that like drawing equals writing. And let me just get my correct color here. There we go. So just grabbing the right color. There we go. Drawing equals writing, writing equals drawing. These things are very much the same for me. And so that when I think about like visual language, I have developed a level of visual literacy that allows me to kind of draw and write in a manner that I feel fairly proficient in, right? And I can do this pretty well. And I want to think about, like, if you think about children and the way they learn to speak, they learn to talk before they know the alphabet, right? We know that these letters combine to make these words. Children don't know that. They just know how to say dog, cat, mom, dad, iPad. And they know that before they learn the alphabet. So why do we learn the alphabet, right? What's the point of if we already know how to talk, what's the point of learning this written language? And in answering my own question, which is really great way to present, learning the alphabet allows you to connect ideas and thoughts and sort of builds this muscle memory between the concept and the thing, right? It's connecting your hand and your brain and your eye in a way that allow you to associate that concept of cat with the letters C-A-T. So that's what the alphabet allows you to do. Visual literacy, like, you know how to see already. I've talked about like that our brains are already hardwired. And imagine like going to a country that was foreign to you, but already knowing how to understand how to like understand the language, right? That you could already read it, but you couldn't write, right? And that's the way all of us are who have not really made an endeavor to improve our visual communication skills. So that concept of you know how to see, but you don't know the alphabet. I'll talk more about what I mean when I'm talking about the alphabet, but I want to take this great quote from one of the world's greatest children's book authors. This is Mo Willems, and he says, "Cartoons are merely a bunch of shapes put together in the right order, just like your name is a bunch of letters put together in the right order. And letters are just a bunch of shapes you know how to draw." That's a long-winded way of saying that if you can write your name, you can draw any cartoon in the world. And I just love that, right? What a lovely thought. And so as I get into sort of knowing the alphabet, I'd like to sort of give you guys a way to jumpstart your visual thinking. And instead of thinking, right, it's like I was classically trained, right? I went to art school. I know how to measure with my thumb, and it's like, that it's going to take too long. We don't have time for art school. So let's just start with 12 simple glyphs that you can use and put together in different ways, in the same way you would with the alphabet, to allow you to be able to be literate. So the visual alphabet was something that was developed by Explain's founder, Dave Gray. Change my color here. All right. So, and these are, I'm going to zoom in on this section here. These are 12 glyphs: point, line, arc, angle, spiral, loop, and circle, oval, kind of like eye shape, triangle, rectangle, polygon, and cloud. I forgot to write cloud there. There we go. All set. So these shapes, you can just take them and combine them in the same way that you would combine the shapes to make your name, and then it creates the meaning of your name. You can combine these shapes in ways that allow you to create meaning for sort of visual language and objects, right? So if I want to draw a fish, right, I'll take that sort of pinched oval shape, and so there we have that. I'll take the arc from the other side and put it on the back, turn it sideways, right? We'll put another arc right here, give it a little eyeball, and a couple of little, now I've drawn a fairly convincing fish, and it didn't take much. Maybe I'll put a line in between the back of its tail fin. Emojis are cool because they are non-verbal communication. And you sort of think about the thing that emojis accomplish with our telephone conversations. They sort of help with tone of voice, right, when you're texting and you can't actually use tone of voice. So as you're drawing emojis, right, I've taken the circle shape here, and then I'm going to add, just to be able to show a couple of different emotions, right? Let's get our sort of, our OMG, right, is just multiple circles and maybe a couple of dots. Not hard at all. The next one is, if you want to show the kind of love eyes, right? I'm just putting a couple of extended arcs on either side, and then an arc, maybe a little line and a line, but now we've sort of got that lovey emoji. I'm going to move this one over to the corner to give it a little more space. But right, if we're thinking we want to show like the angry emoji, right? So I'm going to add a circle around the bottom for the mouth, maybe put a couple lines in that circle. I'm going to, add a couple of slits for eyes, but then I'm going to do a couple more lines here, and then I'm going to add a couple clouds, right, to kind of show that this person is steamed and angry, mad, grumpy, super, super upset. So moving down with a couple more examples. Trees. So it's really easy to make a convincing tree, right? I'll just start with maybe the simplest, right? I'll take a circle and a couple of lines, and that to me is a fairly, that, hey, I've got a tree now. But there are lots of different types of trees, right? So maybe I'll take my cloud shape, but use the same technique. So now I've got a tree, but it's sort of like using that cloud as a background. Or maybe, the Northwest has a lot of these wonderful evergreen trees. Being able to just quickly put these shapes together jumpstarts the ability to draw. And, one that we're all very familiar with right now, let's make an oblong circle, couple of lines, a couple of arcs on either side, but just putting these shapes together allows us to really quickly communicate ideas in ways that are nonverbal, right? That sort of bypass some of the language challenges that we might have if we're using just words. So that was tip number one. Start with the alphabet. If you feel like you can't draw, well, then start with these particular shapes and realize that it's not as hard as you might think. Just putting the shapes together in the same way you put like letters together, which are just shapes to say your name. Hopefully that's making sense. So moving over, the next tip, simplify. So one of my favorite challenges that we've had, and I've taught a lot of these courses in the past, is how few strokes can you use to make a convincing approximation of an object? And so we had this challenge of, can you make a convincing cat? And somebody came up with the concept of just doing a spiral and putting a couple of little dots there for ears. I think, the idea of that sort of visual haiku is so appealing, of being able to say something very, in just a couple of lines. The other thing is we encourage people not to make it harder than it needs to be in order to tell the story. Sketchnoting is often associated with graphic recording when we're trying to visualize people's ideas very quickly as they're talking about them. We don't necessarily have time to like, give me a second to figure out what that looks like. So with the concept of desk and chair, right, I can show that there's a chair here, thinking about like, well, there's a part people sit on, and then that back part probably leans back just a little. There's a support, and then under that support, maybe a couple of wheels. That's probably enough to show that this is somebody's office chair. The desk is a little bit over the chair, so I'm going to put the top of the desk here and then show that there are a couple of legs coming down off the desk. All right, pretty good so far, but they have a computer. Oh, okay, well, there's the keyboard. All right, we got that taken care of. There's the monitor. There's a little sort of holder on the monitor, and they've got a coffee on the desk. These are all just using some of the shapes that I showed you on the left, lines, arcs, dots. It's, you know, in this visual alphabet, these first three elements of the visual alphabet, the point, the line, and the arc, you can really draw anything with those three elements. And I've got an art degree, but it's like there isn't anything else you can do. Everything else is just composed of either lines moving around, lines waving in different directions, but that sort of gives you a little sense. As you gain a little more confidence and you've done this a little bit more, I recommend thinking about kind of building your own library of icons that you need to draw frequently. So things that are common in your world, and that's going to vary massively depending on, you know, what discipline you are focused on. Start to think about like ways that you can quickly approximate these ideas that you come across again and again and again, and being able to visualize those ideas. So the next point I want to get to is people. So humans are drawn to humans. And so one of the things that Explain is known for is doing lots of information graphics that show lots of little people doing lots of things all over the place. And the reason that has been a successful business model for 25 years is that humans, particularly when we deal with culture change and trying to get people to understand behaviors, if they see pictures of humans doing the things that we would like them to be doing, that's a pretty good way of influencing their behavior, showing them here's what good looks like. So there are lots of different ways that people in this field draw humans. Dan Rome is a legend, author of several of the napkin books. He likes to sort of draw these stick figures with a big head. You'll see consultants do these kind of starfish, head, star body, these kind of round belly, bubble belly people. The angular people are, a little trickier, but I've seen a lot of people who kind of like that sort of hard edge angular look. Most people who work at Explain end up drawing people, what we call card people. And the card refers to the shape of the body of the characters that we're drawing. And so when I talk about card people, what I'm saying, and I'm just checking the time, making sure that we're good. I think we're right in the right place. We're right where we want to be. The body is this card shape, and a couple of things that are kind of magical about making the body this shape, and I'll explain that in just a moment. Circle for a head, lines with bends for arms, lines with bends for legs. But in the body, you sort of think about starting to put bodies together. You know that there's a leg that's going to come off of that side. There's a leg that's going to come off of this side. There's an arm that's going to come off over here. And there's an arm that's going to come off over here. So the advantage of having that box is that you know the four corners of the box are connected to the limbs of the character that you're drawing. The next thing to think about is, what is the activity that's taking place, right? So tip 3, people are drawn to people. And as you start to think about how to draw people in using this methodology, you think about what shape the body's making as the person is acting, right? That if a person's running, right, that body is kind of leaned forward, the head is down, right? The arms are going up and back. One leg is forward, the other leg is back. You could even, steal something from cartoonists and show some of those like motion lines. And the coolest thing cartoonists ever came up with was the sweatles, right? The person sweating as they're running. And kind of a similar stance when they're punching, but look how different the rest of the body is, right? I've taken that leg that's closer to us and moved it in front, whereas the leg that's behind is bent backwards in order to sort of deliver that power to the punch as it moves forward, right? We can't really even see the head in this one because it's behind that glove. In the yoga pose, right? Once again, a good example of just how those four corners associate with being able to show where the body is going, and you just pull the limbs from those corners, and it's fairly simple from that point forward, right? Here, once again, the four corners, the arms are coming from these different corners as he's pulling on the rope. The leg is sort of bent forward. They've got the other leg that's sort of bent a little further back and trying to support and pull backwards. But this kind of gives you a little sense of, right, it's pretty easy when you think of it as just putting these little shapes together. I'll talk about faces in a second. But yeah, I talked about, the other thing, right? A little beak, right, that you put on the edge of it. The nose indicates the direction that the head is pointed, right? That if I were to put the nose on the other side, right, it tells a slightly different story. But you can get a lot of, in trying to think very simply, just that simple line for a nose is a really good indicator. A lot of times when I'm trying to show multiple people at sort of a smaller scale, I don't have the time to invest in showing a lot of facial emotion. I'm trying to, in fact, convey emotion by the stance of the person that I'm drawing. So that you kind of think about like what kind of stance is going to convey sort of, I think about like somebody who's, maybe a little bit impatient, right? They're going to be, the legs are going to be stiff and the arms are going to be at the sides, right? And this person's kind of looking forward and maybe the foot's tapping, right? There's a very different emotion from somebody who's just, sad and hunched over, right? That now if they're completely hunched over and sad, right? The head's drooping, the arms are down, like this person is miserable. So that kind of gives you a little sense of just a couple of the ways that we would start to like use this as a recipe to start to draw humans. The other thing that we think about that is easy and simple is we do use a lot of Egyptian perspective, where we're kind of showing the body in a front profile in a frontal view, but the head in a profile from the side, and we're putting them together in a manner that kind of allows you to see like that head is at one angle, the body's at another angle. But it gives you enough information in a fairly simple way. As I mentioned before, that concept of showing the Egyptian perspective and drawing the desk in with the person sitting there now, right? So same concept as before, right? They're typing on a keyboard. We've got a computer behind them. This person is a Coke Zero drinker. So they've got their beverage there. But just being able to kind of quickly complete the picture with as few lines as possible. So as you start to get into things that are poses that convey the emotion of the thing that's happening, right? If a person's presenting, right, their body is fairly straight. This is a nice little hack that I'd recommend, right? That off arm just going down into the side somehow just reads really well. That's something that we do all the time, but kind of showing that this person is pointing to information. And then I as you get a little more advanced and you're starting to show faces at different angles, right? The full, the front face, sort of you're seeing both eyes. At a 3/4 view, you're seeing, one eye toward the edge and one about in the middle, and then with the rest of the features sort of off and away to the other side. And then with the profile view, you're showing a side view of the image. And it's important also to, sort of as you get better at this, learning quick ways to show different hairstyles and show that you want to represent the full diversity of humans that's out there. So you want to be you don't when I started in this industry, it seemed like everything was a white male, and I feel like we've made a lot of progress in being able to show lots of different people and be more inclusive and understanding of people of all different sizes, shapes, etc. So. The next thing that you might want to be doing as you've started drawing these simple humans is add some emotion into the face. So giving a little bit of detail for how you could add emotions. And so the next thing I'm sharing is the great unemotional grid of emotions. So this is an exercise that will help you be able to quickly show just about any human emotion in a manner that is kind of a cheat. It's kind of a hack, but that's what we're all about, right? We want to make this as quick as possible, quick as an on-ramp as possible to be able to be active in being able to show this. So as you mentioned, as I mentioned here, I've shown 9 faces, and each of them has just a couple of lines and a little angle for the nose for each of these 9 faces. And instead of trying to draw emotions, what I'm going to try and do now is fill out a matrix. So these 3 points along the top are the eyebrow line. These 3 points along the bottom are the mouth line. And if I just fill out this matrix, I'm not trying to do any kind of emotion here, but I'm going to go boom, boom, boom. And then here we've got this one. And then this one, we've got this one. It's just shapes. And then on the bottom row, we've got flat, 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 frown, 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 smile, smile, smile. And what I just did was created 9 different emotions without really thinking about whatever, I wasn't trying to accomplish any of that, but you can see this sort of wonderful diversity, right? Look at this guy. Like, that's conveying a lot in just a couple of little lines. Whereas, if you look at, this person is so sad. You've got the meh face up in the corner. But this is, like a quick trick of being able to think about, like, okay, I want to convey emotion in these faces. Here's a way that I can start to do this. So moving along, the next thing I want to share, I'm calling this drawing hacks. And the reason I call this drawing hacks, you can look here, right? I've done these little cheats that just help the drawing look and feel a little bit better. So you can see on, the shiny blade of the axe, I've added, this is a, something that Illustrator's been doing for ages, right? Drawing that little sort of sparkle to show that it's shiny. I've also added this wood texture on the axe there to make it look like it's made of wood. So I'm going to pull in some of these things that we sketchnoters, artists, illustrators like to do just to quickly be able to make sense of ideas and that save us time. So one of my favorites is the brick fence hack. You see all this space in between these 2 little samplings of bricks, and there's nothing there. But your eye kind of glues it together just by showing these couple little lines. Really show that there's sort of a concept of a brick fence there. I'm going to zoom out just a little. You think about like grass, right? Showing a big field of grass, just adding a couple of those little lines in there. Water is very similar. Right, so showing these little water lines convey the concept of water here. As we move down, right, there are a few things that always imply that something's made of paper, even though that's not exactly what you're looking at, right? Most paper doesn't have the corner neatly folded over in that shape, but adding that little corner fold just automatically makes your eye think of this as paper. Another hack that I use all the time is the squiggly line hack, right? Where you put these little squiggles on the sheet of paper and your brain puts that together as text. Directional lines also kind of help show what direction each angle of this 3-dimensional object is going to be, right? The leaf hack, adding these little details on the inside to just sort of make it feel leaf-like, something we do all the time. So this is the cookie cracker hacker. So trying to show that something is a Ritz as opposed to a chocolate chip as opposed to a sugar, right? These slight variances in texture convey that those are all basically just, ovals with slightly different treatment on all of those. I mentioned earlier, I showed the magnet hack, kind of showing these lines that imply attraction, it's the same thing, just turn it on its side, and it's the apple pie hack. It makes it look like it's hot and delicious. The sort of advanced case study here is the sandbox. So here I'm using a couple of more like maybe second level hacks in being able to show what these textures look like, where I'm imagining that there's directional light coming from this direction. So with that, there's no texture on these top surfaces, right? These 4 surfaces on the top of the sandbox don't get anything, right? But then on the opposite side, there's going to be a shadow right here. And then on these sides where it's sort of half, right? It's sort of, it's not in shadow, it's not under light. I can see the wood texture. But on the right side, there's a shadow. It casts a shadow going this direction, and I put a little shovel in the middle. So this is for the more advanced students who are looking to sort of push their skills forward a little bit. But that gives you a sense of different ways that these textures can kind of make practical enhancements to your drawings and help them make sense. So sketchnoters do a lot more than that. We like to dig into lots of cool textures. So these are a little more like decorative enhancements that you'll see people doing sketchnotes doing just to make their stuff look cool. Everyone wants to look cool, right? So here you'll see like these, I call them jacks, right? You remember the jacks and you played with the ball? There was like a game with that, and I have no idea how you actually played that game, but I just remember seeing what these things looked like. Adding them is just one of those like frilly, sometimes you're not adding content for the sake of it necessarily having a function. It's just formal to make it look cool. So adding a series of spirals, you'll see a lot of sketchnoters doing these progressive arcs, putting scales, wavy lines, zigzag patterns, the sort of tiles or parquet floor look, concentric circles, always draw your eye in. And then a lot of these sort of corner flourishes, right? A lot of times when you're doing sketch notes, you realize that you've got some content and you want it to stand out. So putting a couple of these cool corners around the edges of your content is a way to amp it up a little bit, give it a little more sort of like style and get people interested in making it look cool. So these sort of like Art Deco style corners, other little frilly things to just kind of, you know, draw people in. We're trying to engage. So the next thing I want to talk about is when you're writing for sketchnoting. So obviously sketchnoting involves a lot of actual like lettering and writing. And so when you're doing that, it's just important to kind of keep in mind, I actually have bad handwriting, and this would like maybe not sort of disprove that contention, but I'm not great actually, and I come from not having really great handwriting, but I've sort of grown to think about this underlying grid behind the letters that I write. So if I'm writing the word, you know, lettering, LETTERING, I kind of know where each of those, you know, what point each of the letters is going to hit in that box. Just to keep in mind, right? M and W are slightly wider. Important if you're going to write the word Wacom. So you want to try and think about having relatively consistent height, fairly good legibility, particularly as you're sharing this with people. The other tip that's important, that's a part of lettering. So tip 5 was write clearly. Tip 6, label everything. So as you begin your visual thinking, sketchnoting journey, you're not going to be good to start out with. Most people aren't. But if you put a label on your drawing, people will put those things together very quickly, right? So one of the things that rookies often do when they're trying to learn to work this way is they make all of these images and they haven't quite figured out how to do them super effectively, and so people are kind of looking at it. But if, you know, just by adding a couple of letters below, now we're able to really understand what it is you're sharing with this image. And I'll talk a little bit more a little later on about how these images kind of bring people together, and sketch notes can kind of get people on the same page. So the next thing I want to talk about is going to be ways to designate items as titles. So in some cases, you won't, you know, you have a certain word that you've drawn, but you really want that word to stand out. And so as we think about like ways to show titling, these are a bunch of things that you can do to just sort of make that copy stand out. And sometimes you think of it as you're going, you realize I'm at the top of this page, so I'm going to put a banner on this thing. But sometimes you sort of realize it after you've already done a bunch of words, and you need to say, okay, well, I'm just going to put a little cloud around this word right here to make sure that it really stands out. So being able to add these elements, right? The banner, the shadow box, you'll see a lot of examples here where adding a shadow on one side of the copy just gives it a little more like, that's kind of cool, a little more visual appeal. And sort of creates the other thing that does is sort of gives it a little more life, right? That there's just a little more energy to that. So clouds, wavy lines, this doubling is something that Mike Rohde, who's one of the world's greatest sketchnoters, he literally wrote the book on it. That's one of the things that he does is sort of doubling up those letters so that as you draw, right, and as you write, you're able to sort of make these really nice, right? And one of the things that does also is it's kind of forgiving, right? That as I do this double line, I'm able to see, right, that it's like, oh, I need to put a little bit more on that side. It still looks pretty good, even though it's a little rough. Putting boxes around letters is kind of fun. Offsetting letters is kind of a nice, appealing way to make them stand out. Adding serifs, right? Making sort of big, bold, italic or outlines. These are ways that you can make something look or feel like a title. I've also got the script here. I don't think they teach cursive anymore. But luckily for cursive people, there's this hand lettering revolution that's going on where people all over the world are really amazing at making beautiful script writing. I'm certainly not one of the great ones, but I follow all of them on Instagram, and it's definitely a sort of a fun world to jump into. So tip 7, in making marks, I want to talk a little about the tools that I use to make effective marks. So as I get into this, one of the things I recommend is try to find a tool that allows you to vary the stroke weight. And stroke weight is kind of a fancy term for just the thickness of the marks that you make. So one of the great things about those big Sharpies is that you can use the thick end to make a really, really thick mark. But then you can use the thin end to make like a relatively fine mark. And that kind of gives you that ability to have this like thick edge around the outside, but then the thinner lines on the inside, and that sort of give it a little bit of illustration credibility, right? It starts to feel a little more like your, a polished drawing as opposed to just a crazy idea. So SketchNoters, graphic recorders, real-time illustrators, we do a lot of that sort of varying the stroke weight to kind of show, right? Thick line on the outside really sort of draws your eye to the object, whereas the kind of thin line on the inside gives a little bit of sort of art and style. So varying the stroke weight is another nice way. I'm not sure why this particular astronaut is connected to a hot dog, but it's adorable, right? Like, it's cute. The next thing I wanted to talk about is connectors. So tip number 8, as you draw little vignettes, you almost start to think of them as nodes, right? As you connect these ideas and thoughts. And there are, you use a lot of these different ways to connect concepts and show that how they might be related. So if I'm talking about transportation and I want to talk about transportation's relationship with infrastructure, then I've got these 2 drawings here, and now I sort of have this connection of being able to show how this feeds into that. And I'm showing a lot of crazy arrow styles and examples here in ways to show connectors, but all of them work. You just kind of have to find what works best for the content that you're trying to prepare, right? One of the things that we see often is like trying to show the concept of something sort of extending beyond its normal box. So what does it look like to sort of push the envelope of that box? A lot of times we have that concept of wanting to show a call out from the thing that we're talking about. So this kind of 3-dimensional call out of the wing of the, those things that wind goes through? Windmill. Yeah, showing the windmill, or just showing how, coffee times 7 equals, you're pretty wired up. So, yeah, just sort of using these outlines and other ways of being able to separate objects and ideas so that you're able to help your viewer differentiate between the things that they're looking at. So moving on to the right, a couple of thoughts here in the world of sketchnoting. So I think that sketchnoting lives in this world of visual thinking, design sprints, visual facilitation, graphic recording. These are all disciplines that you see a ton in business right now. So lots of organizations are kind of investing in some of these skills to be able to create better products, right? That you see this a lot in product design, in people making things. You see this a lot in service design, so people coming up with new services that they can offer. You see this quite a bit in experience design, right? So in designing experiences for people. And so you see a lot of these things happening in a lot of these different areas as they start to that this type of work can supercharge these types of interactions. So that as you're doing your design thinking, right? Prototyping, your sketch notes are a marvelous way to quickly come up with your prototype for your product ideas. Really great ways of being able to kind of get people to tell their story, right? That sketchnoting is a really nice shorthand for storyboarding, right? You're sketching out what the story might look like. So I want to show you what it looks like at Explain, just to give you a little example of how we use this type of thinking, this type of working. So at Explain, we have this discovery session that is highly co-creative, that we're working together with a number of stakeholders and subject matter experts to really sort of dig into and understand, what is the problem that we're trying to solve here? What is the nature of this thing? We ask a lot of questions and we draw the answers. So that as we're asking questions, we're drawing what we think the answer to those questions might look like, and we're inviting everyone to participate. I always know that I'm doing well on a project when one of my stakeholders grabs the marker and starts drawing with me. That leads me to know I'm headed in the right direction. And then once we come up with our sort of primary ideas that we think are good, we synthesize those ideas and we do more drawing, right? Now we come up with usually 3 or 4 key drawings that we think are a good way of telling the story we want to tell. Is it the A or the B or the C drawing? We kind of figure out like these are our concept sketches. And then as we move forward, we kind of figure out like, okay, well, we want A with a little bit of C and a little bit of B in it. We go down and we polish that drawing and we get into production, and then we try and figure out like, how do we roll this out to people who are our stakeholders? How do we make it real for them? What is it, is it going to be a poster? Is it going to be an animation? Is it going to be a web experience? Is it going to be sort of environment design, whatever? Then we start to sort of build our things based on this blueprint of what we've drawn. So now I want to show you, like with this, a couple of other ways that I use sketchnoting that are a little different, but I still think fun. So I want to show you some examples of real-time sketchnoting or graphic recording, where in this case I was doing a project where over the run of this day, I think there were 9 speakers, and then in between the speakers, I was drawing the cool musical interludes and other things that were happening and adverts and whatnot for this conference that I was a part of. And so here, this is sort of a live version of this kind of sketchnoting that was projected on a screen so that people could see what was happening in real time. It sort of enhanced the show. And as speakers would kind of speak, right, I would detail what they were talking about and take these visual notes that summarized what their presentation was about. Now, here is another really good tip: pre-draw stuff. In this case, Ruth E. Carter was an amazing presenter, but I didn't want to find myself having to create a likeness in real time. That would have been really, really intimidating. And so I pre-drew the picture of her head so that I kind of had that already. And I think I might have actually done some of her name as well, just so that when I started, I wasn't behind, right? I didn't want to spend half of the note-taking time in just drawing her face. So this is, when you're doing this kind of work, it can be helpful to pre-draw. Same here with Jeff Gomez. You can see that, the likeness is pretty good. I had a lot more time drawing this image on the left than I had to do all the rest of the notes, where I'm capturing a little more rapid fire. It's still effective, but it's a little bit different kind of communication. And you can see me using some of these tips and tricks that I've talked about throughout our time so far as ways of kind of showing how to do it. So some kind of concluding thoughts. Student engagement is what I mentioned at the very beginning of this presentation is so important for us right now. And having some empathy for students is really critical. We think about what they've been through, particularly this year. Empathy mapping is something that Explain has been doing for a long time and is one of the originators of this technique of just trying to understand, right? If I were a student right now, what am I thinking, right? What are some of the things in my mind? Probably one of the things that I'm thinking now is, maybe a little bit of Zoom fatigue. And also, I just want to be normal, right? That like my college experience is the new normal is not normal for the social side, right? I miss hanging out with humans. So that there's, that's a real concern. I'm seeing, like mask mandates and do I wear it or don't I wear it? And the sort of, like how can I be safe without, endangering myself or others? Kind of what they hear, who's talking to them, right? What kind of influences are they hearing, right? Are there influences coming from social? Like, I'm old enough that I don't know how to draw TikTok, but I can draw like Instagram and Twitter pretty well. Oh wait, I didn't draw Instagram well. There we go. So what's influencing, what they hear, what they say, and what they do. Part of the reason for this exercise is just trying to get into their shoes and try to understand them. Of course, it's best if you can talk to students and learn from them and kind of fill this out in a way that helps you see that. But what this usually leads to is trying to understand, like, what are the key, like, pains and gains in their world, right? What are the things that are the most challenging in the storm clouds, right? And what are the things that they're really looking forward to and aspirations? And that way we can create content that's going to influence them, right? So if some of their pains are sort of loss of social, like boring Zoom meetings, right? That they're kind of, we start to get a little better picture of, who they are and how they think. And what they want most is, to sort of feel like a student, right? So how can you make a student who's doing their courses remotely feel like a student? Just a couple of thoughts there as we start to sort of empathize with our audiences and how we engage with them. But I think that, you know, hopefully what this presentation has demonstrated for you is that sketchnoting creates engagement for creators and observers. So as you create content and build sketch notes into your you know, educative work, think about the way you actually gain from working this way and others gain from working this way. Encourage students to draw as they're taking notes on your lecture, and use visual tools to encourage them to adopt ideas. Being more visual is not that hard, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. A couple of other sort of like key takeaways. It improves retention for creators and observers, right? As you draw, you're going to remember these drawings more, and the people who see your drawings are going to remember them more. So there's sort of a dual nice synergy, is a bad word, but in any case, this sort of helps, you know, helps you retain knowledge, put it in a lock box. It builds clarity. So helping people collaborate. Visuals are non-threatening. I'm sure you've been in a room of instructors who are fighting over words, right? That happens all the time. However, not too many people fight over bad drawings, right? Bring your bad drawing, and when I say bad drawing, really what I mean is just bring your little concept sketch, right? Bring your first drawing, and it's a lot less threatening of a sort of collaborative tool, and people will respond to it. The last one, and I hope you've seen this as part of this presentation as well, it makes learning fun, right? Sketchnoting just makes it a little more enjoyable to sort of participate in the learning process, right? That if people are drawing and you've got like these kind of fun marks going all over the place, like that's highly enjoyable. So that's kind of the formal end, and now I want to get into what I imagine are a lot of questions, and I'm gonna sort of scooch over here to probably the first question a lot of people, which is, Tim, how did you do this? And I want to show you, here is a little image of what it looks like from the other angle, and what you're not seeing from my setup. There's an eagle saying, how did you do this? So I have a cheap green screen behind me, and my screen is being composited with an app called So I guess they wanted to, you know, come up with an app that you could say with your mouth closed. It's putting together the picture of me along with my desktop. Now, the next thing that's really critical to this presentation is I am sharing a Wacom 21-inch Cintiq tablet. So this is a tablet that I'm drawing on in real time, and I can see the image that I'm drawing on. But I also I wanted to say that in the corner there's a little one by Wacom, which is also a really nice cheap product that allows you to do essentially the same thing. Not much of a learning curve, plugs in USB to everything. So and I'm not just shilling for Wacom here. My son has stolen the one that I had because he really likes using it for math. So that there's multiple uses for these tools. The presentation itself is being presented in Adobe Illustrator. So that's where you're seeing me draw all these lines, and that's the presentation tool that I'm using to be able to put ideas together and draw everything that you see here. So as I plan this out, I use the Mural app. It's a web app, just works in the browser, essentially works as this kind of shared virtual workspace. That allows me to just work with stickies and push them around and put this one over here, and then strike that one, and then let's come up with the ideas. But you can kind of see like the run of my thinking sort of going from 3:30 to 4:30 left to right, and what I was planning for each of those little sort of 10-minute increments as I go around. The next thing that I would advise is, as you're teaching, use these shared virtual workspaces and use breakout rooms, right? Getting people to work together in small teams is and require something of them, of course. They're students, they'll tune out if they don't have an assignment. But having an assignment in a shared mural space gives people a chance to really engage and almost forces them to engage, right? If they know that they have to log on to this thing and execute something as part of it, then that sort of just gets them more engaged. A couple of thoughts about working visually. So the on-ramp to working this way is quick and affordable, and you can start really, really small. So I just want to share a couple of, like, you can start with paper and markers. You can purchase the tablet. You can, enable pens when you're working. If you're just working in PowerPoint, you can enable pens. And then, in your next meeting, just start drawing. So I think we're at about 1 hour. So hopefully we're, if there are any other questions, I'm happy to take them, but this has been a blast. I'm certainly grateful for this time. If you want to follow any of my work, you can follow me through LinkedIn. I'm just Tim May. And these are some of the socials for my company, Explain. We are Explain Design Consultancy. I am Fresh Beast. We are Explain the company. I'm once again Fresh Beast on Instagram and Twitter. Thank you so much, everybody. And are we out?
Hi, everyone. My name is Katina Papulkas, and I'm the Education Strategist for Dell Technologies. Today, I would like to share with you some thoughts around digital transformation in education and preparing for a new future. The three areas we will address during this presentation include increase awareness of the Canadian post-secondary education system, discover how Dell is driving digital transformation across the country, and how we can all move forward together. To start with, how have you been digitally transformed in your own personal life over the past year? For myself, I definitely have adopted online shopping into my life, as well as order a lot more takeout and delivery services through online apps. How about you? I'd now like to give you a chance to reflect on your own personal digital transformation, and if it's possible to add it to a chat feature, please do so now. Over the past year, there have been a lot of changes in our world. In my role, I have the honor of traveling coast to coast and visiting both K-12 school districts and post-secondary institutions, which include both colleges and universities. My goal is to focus upon students and their learning and how technology can amplify their learning experiences. My usual mode of transport was an airplane, but just like everyone else, over this past year, I've had to find another vehicle of transport. Zoom Airlines allows me to continue my travels and my role, just in a virtual way. So let's get started. Let me share a bit about the country of Canada. Canada is one of the largest countries in the world by landmass, but in terms of population, we are at a comfortable 36 million people spread out over 10 provinces and 3 territories. Canada is an officially bilingual nation, which means that English and French are our 2 official languages for all federal services. In terms of approach to education, Canada is unique. Education falls under provincial jurisdiction, which means that each province and territory has a Ministry of Education dedicated to K-12, as well as a Ministry of Colleges and Universities for our post-secondary. Our federal government does not participate in provincial education policy development. Each ministry is required to create their own provincial education system, which includes developing curriculum, accreditation, and more to meet the specific learning needs of the people and the province. Funding for education goes to the provincial ministries and is distributed to school districts and institutions as they see fit. Education leaders from the ministries meet on a regular basis across the country to ensure they are aligned and moving forward together, so Canadian students are able to attend schools across the country with few differences in approach. Most students attend K-12 and then attend a post-secondary institution, which may include community college for 2 years, trade schools for a couple of years, and/or university for 4 years for an undergraduate degree. To apply to schools across the country, Canadian students only need a high school diploma. There are no standardized test requirements at the post-secondary level. Quebec, which is our French-speaking province, is slightly different than the rest of the country, as their students go from K to 11 and then attend a cégep, which is a 2-year junior type of college. Once they have completed their cégep, they attend university for 3 years. So the total number of years of schooling in Quebec is aligned with the rest of the Canadian provinces. If a Quebec student who has already completed their cégep requirements applies to a post-secondary school outside of their province, they usually are accepted as a second-year student. Now, data from 2018 indicates Canada has just over 2 million students in post-secondary. And as you can see, we have a growing number of international students, most of whom come from India and China. An interesting fact is that Canada is recognized by the OECD as being one of the most educated countries in the world, and this recognition has been in place since 2010. Close to 60% of Canadians have a post-secondary diploma or degree of some sort. Many people are surprised to hear that Canada has so many graduates. And in all honesty, all I can say is that post-secondary education is an expectation for most in our school system. Through government subsidies, colleges and universities are able to keep tuition rates at a decent level, so entry is not a hardship. In addition, the provincial governments offer loans and grants for those in need, and the federal government contributes through a registered education savings plan, or an RESP, where parents and guardians can save tax-free funds for their children's post-secondary education. This past year has impacted the entire world in a variety of ways, and of course, there has been an impact on our education systems across the country. For many students and educators, they have spent a year of learning, some online, some on site, some synchronous, as well as asynchronous. And through the year, we have seen 2 major issues emerge that have impacted all of us. And they are mental health and wellness, as well as equity. If we look at Canadian data from our National Centre for Addiction and Mental Health, or CAMH, 20 to 25% of Canadians are feeling lonely, somewhat anxious, and a bit depressed. If we dig a little deeper into these numbers, we can see that those in the age range of 18 to 39 are experiencing a stronger rate of these feelings. And if we look at gender, it is impacting women even more so, especially if they are caregivers. And this is the age range for many of our post-secondary students. So colleges and universities across the country are making sure to intentionally fund programs and projects to support mental health and wellness. Because if institutions want our students to be successful in their learning, there needs to be a focus on health and well-being with extra supports in place. Since 2015, Canada adopted the Truth and Reconciliation Report, which acknowledges the effects of residential school system on our Indigenous people. The reconciliation process engages people in open and honest conversation to understand our diverse histories and experiences. As a result, colleges and universities across Canada have created new leadership positions to promote reconciliation, as well as the development of new post-secondary departments which are dedicated to the learning and history and language of our First Peoples. In addition to reconciliation, equity, with a focus on diversity and inclusion for others, is another prominent issue that has been brought to the forefront, especially over this past year. From gender to racialized and marginalized communities, colleges and universities are dedicating funds and resources to break down traditional structures that have left so many on the outside and are making an intentional effort to work towards a more inclusive environment. So, to consolidate, Canada is a nation that expects its people to attend post-secondary learning in some way, shape, or form. There is dedicated funding and support from government programs to make it accessible for most. There is a focus on mental health and wellness, equity, and a recognition of our First Peoples. This is the foundation of the Canadian post-secondary education system as we continue our digital transformation and prepare for the future. Now, here are our guiding questions for this section. What is driving digital transformation, and what might it look like? So why should we focus on transforming and innovating? Well, there are three major reasons to focus on transforming and innovating. One, digital transformation is already happening in our society. So it's just a natural part of what's going on in our world. Number two, we need to prepare our students for their workforce of tomorrow, as well as graduate studies, to keep them going strong. And three, we need to address systemic equity to break down the structural racism and inequities at schools and beyond. And so what do post-secondary schools in Canada look like right now? Well, 90% of our institutions have been closed over the past year. What have usually been centers of bustling with students and laughter and learning are now ghost towns as students are learning from home, both synchronously and asynchronously. What I do really appreciate is the school spirit, with a number of schools adding institution masks to their collection of merch. It's great to see the positive entrepreneurial response. As we look at digital transformation in Canada, equity is a major driver, and access is key to ensuring that everyone can participate in the learning. Access includes access to devices, bandwidth, and digital literacy. Here are some post-secondary staff and students from across the country who shifted to a work and learn from home scenario last March. In order to assist with access to devices, teams from Dell reached out to our post-secondary institutions to help them set up an easier way of getting access to devices. Dedicated websites were created where both staff and students could select their programs and the configurations and apps that were necessary to help them with their online learning. Once the devices were selected, they were shipped directly to their homes so they could quickly and easily log into their learning. Now, once everyone was online, however, this did cause some other impacts. One of the problems encountered across the country is cyber and/or ransomware attacks. And this is mainly due to all the new EdTech tools that are being used, and in some cases, weak passwords. Dell teams who specialize in cybersecurity have worked with a number of our schools using the NIST cybersecurity framework in hopes of helping the schools identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover from any sort of cyber attack. Furthermore, as one example of a solution, Dell's cyber recovery team protects the most critical data in a vault environment. As attacks become more sophisticated, Dell has developed some great solutions to protect an institution's most important data. Okay, now it's story time. As mentioned earlier, both staff and students are working and learning from home. Security is something that needs to be considered, and we still need to keep the learning moving forward. So let's hear some stories about how Dell's education team has been driving transformation across the country. Let's start in the province of Ontario. I would like to introduce you to Joel. Joel is a second-year college student who wants to get into the workforce as soon as he graduates. He knows there is a great need for people in the IT industry, and he is filling in course selection to increase his digital literacy as much as possible in his last semester. You might be wondering how we define digital literacy, as there is more than one meaning to the term. When we start to unpack digital literacy, it can mean several different and overlapping things. It's much more than just technological know-how, but it encompasses how to act responsibly within the norms of different technologies. So let's start with web literacy. This includes social media literacy and how to determine what is accurate and what is misinformation. Cyber literacy includes how security works to protect yourself and others. Data literacy includes an understanding of data, what data is being collected, where it is being stored, as well as automation of that data. And hardware literacy, this is really around how things actually work. One example of how Dell supports hardware literacy is the Tech Direct program. This is a 12-course online program that usually takes IT departments through the process of fixing Dell devices. Although IT may be the primary candidates for this program, it has now been incorporated into many college curriculums to ensure both students and staff have the opportunity to have access to authentic learning and be able to fix their own devices. It's a perfect program for the times as it's online, self-paced so learners can go at their own speed and be empowered to fix their own devices while at home. Furthermore, once a student or staff takes the online exam, they are officially certified with Dell Tech Direct for 2 years. In this unsettled year of learning, this is a nice way to add additional qualification or certification and put it on their resume so it can be used part of their application for the workforce. Another example of supporting digital literacy with teaching and learning is a joint partnership with Dell and Intel around a course with artificial intelligence in the workplace. The goal of this program is to empower future workforce with necessary AI skills for employability in the digital economy. This course includes gaining an understanding of artificial intelligence, accessing and using AI tool sets, and producing solutions through AI projects that capture industry or social impact. And right now I'm working with some of the colleges in Ontario to bring this program to life. We are just in the middle of training faculty and hope to have it ready for a fall startup. This is new and innovative learning experiences for our students. And in terms of impact, we are preparing our students for the needs of tomorrow, today. These types of partnerships with schools gives Joel the chance to increase his digital literacy skills to help him get into the workforce in roles that are needed across the country. Also, increasing the digital literacy skills of the faculty help the schools grow in their own learning. Now, on to our next story in Ontario. It's time to soar. This is Allison. She's a third-year engineering student. Allison is an engaged student. However, just like other women in STEM fields, she doesn't have many other females in her class. She sometimes feels a bit isolated and out of sync with her male classmates. This year has increased that feeling of isolation, and she is actually thinking about dropping out the rest of the semester. At Dell, we want to keep women like Allison in STEM because we want the female perspective in the industry. Our goals for 2030 include 50% of women as part of our global workforce, with 40% in leadership positions. Our solution to support women like Allison and to continue to drive digital transformation through equity empowerment is a new pilot program called SOAR with Mentor. The objective of this program includes the support of diversity and inclusion initiatives within post-secondary institutions and organizations in STEM and business-related fields. Through mentorship, create a female-centric ecosystem to increase interest and confidence in STEM and business-related fields, and to develop career readiness skills to thrive in a fast-paced and changing world. During the program, there were online keynotes to support career readiness, which includes talks about mentorship, digital branding, professional speaking and storytelling, as well as how to build a resume. There were also short keynotes on what's happening in tech today, so that students are ready for what's coming in the industry. And these include 5G, cloud, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. In between the keynotes is where the magic happened. We had one-to-one virtual breakout rooms that were created where students could meet with a Dell mentor to discuss what they had heard in the keynote. Furthermore, it allowed the students to network, build relationships, socialize, and acquire skills and dispositions to help them succeed in the future. This is one screen of some of our amazing and brilliant students and volunteer mentors from Dell. We had close to 40 mentors and 40 student mentees. Trust me when I say this, it's always a fun experience to engage with 40 individual breakout rooms in Zoom, but we have done it, and both mentors and mentees have indicated just how much they have enjoyed this program. In fact, they don't want it to end and have asked for additional sessions as part of the program. Now, the SOAR with Mentor program has allowed women like Allison to network with other women in the STEM industry, meet allies, as well as connect with other STEM students at universities in the province, and really creating that community. In terms of impact, there are now plans to scale this program across the country and partner with more universities. Furthermore, we have had female staff from post-secondary STEM departments reach out to us and ask to be mentors for the program alongside our Dell volunteers, so they can collaborate with the Dell team as well as the women from their own schools. We are all trying to work together to support and empower women in STEM in order to address these equity issues. All of us have to work together to make this transformation happen. Now, on to a story that focuses on some strategic collaboration. For this one, we will move into Quebec, our French-speaking province. I'd like to introduce you to Susie. She's a faculty member at CEGEP and teaches digital art and media. This past year has been a challenge as many of her students need specialized software and have not been able to access it. She's approached leadership a number of times to see what can be done to continue her program with an equity access lens. In the meantime, what Susie was not aware of was the IT department at her CEGEP had just modernized their data center, which allowed for them to deliver IT services quickly and simply, including access to specialized software. So as a solution, our Dell education team has pulled together a small group of the faculty and the IT staff together in a series of coaching sessions with the focus on online instructional strategies. In this way, both sides can collaborate and see what the other needs to keep moving forward and to use the new technology to its potential. We even have students in these coaching sessions to incorporate student voice and promote their input into the process. As we work with the team, some best practices for teaching online, which include engaging students, personalizing their experience, has emerged and now can be shared with the rest of the CEGEP staff. The IT staff has now become a more strategic partner with the teaching and learning team. Our professional learning team offers these types of coaching services in a professional learning community format. And so impact from this engagement is there is now a strong and collaborative team that is ready to move forward together into their transformation. They are moving beyond traditional silos and working as a team to support student learning, which is why we're here. Susie has been able to tweak her instructional practice to support student learning and have the technology and the tools deliver what her students need. And now we'll move on to some research. For that, we'll go to the province of beautiful British Columbia, home of mountains and ocean air. We work with a number of universities who are doing some incredible research initiatives, and Dell values being part of a strong partnership. With this particular university, the research was being done within a lab that generated lots of data for the team to base their conclusions upon. The team's research was fundamentally based on collecting and interpreting data in order to make an argument. And you've probably heard about AI, machine learning, and maybe even deep learning, and I'm not going to go into any sort of depth around that, but it's worth mentioning that for our researchers, that these approaches to developing algorithms and the tools to help solve these complex problems usually revolve around a tremendous amount of data. Our Dell education team collaborated with the university research team to ensure they got what they needed to be successful. We brought in AI specialists, HPC expertise, and even grant support to help them achieve the extra funds. So with this initiative, Dell was able to help their transformation with a modern infrastructure that supported their needs. The research team received unlimited access to support throughout this initiative. And of course, our Dell HPC's engineers, AI specialists helped the university with specific and design services to ensure the solutions met their most challenging research objectives. And finally, it's time to get our game on. For this last story, we're going to move to the province of Alberta. Let me introduce you to Juan. He's a second-year student. Juan has been disengaged this past year. It's been a challenging one for him, and he has felt that his last year was supposed to be the best one. But now he's living off campus, feeling lonely as most campus activities have been canceled. For Juan's school, esports, which is competitive video game play for an audience, is a solution. 70% of our post-secondary students identify as gamers, with many of them starting their own grassroots clubs, and it really has proven to increase their engagement with campus life. Prior to last year, it was always exciting to bring our esports booth to schools across the country. The students would line up to check out the latest Alienware devices. They would have a blast, and you can see that engagement, and especially right now, some of these students need joy in their lives. Not only is esports fun and a great way to engage students, but esports also offers a variety of opportunities for students to use their global competencies that are high in demand in the workforce right now. And look at how esports is preparing students for the workplace, not just as professional gamers or computer programmers. Last summer, we knew esports was going to be an important part of the school year. So our North American education team held a 3-part series on bringing esports to post-secondary institutions. We invited interested schools to come and join us for a learning adventure. There were keynote addresses from leaders in the esports fields, breakouts and panel sessions to promote small group discussions, and we developed resources together to help create an esports strategy that would work for each school and their situation. As a result, we have a number of teams across the country who have taken on esports, and over this past year, the students were able to engage in some extracurricular. This has helped to keep them connected to the school community through socializing and collaborating. One would prefer to be back on campus and have face-to-face interactions, but during this time, esports has allowed him to connect with his community and stay engaged. Now, although esports has been a strong support for many students over the past year, we also recognize the equity issues that have resulted from this initiative, as esports is mainly a male-dominated industry. For this reason, Dell designed a program for underserved girls in grades 4 to 8 in partnership with Microsoft and Intel to address encouraging more women to enter into the esports as well as STEM fields. And this is how Girls Who Game was born. There are 3 pillars to the Girls Who Game program, where we build a girl-centric ecosystem and focus on girl power, authentic application, and mentorship. Since 2019, we have run 45 clubs across Canada and 25 in the US as well. And now for the first pillar, this is what a girl-centric community looks like. They are on site and happy to be learning and growing together, but they're also working hard on their activities. And while some are totally online, look at those smiling faces, pure joy and engagement. The second pillar of authentic application focuses upon the work the girls do as part of the club. And as mentioned above, These young ladies are developing global competencies and really thinking about how we can address real-world problems. Once the girls have designed whatever solution that we're trying to come up with, they move into Minecraft Education Edition to create a prototype of whatever their solution. Their final step is to create a 5-minute pitch to showcase to a panel of judges. And finally, our third pillar centers around mentorship. We know our young ladies need role models to increase their awareness of STEM and engage them in the STEM fields. So we asked the women of Dell, Microsoft, and Intel to create 3 to 5 minute videos, stories to share with the girls on their education pathways and what it's like to work in the STEM space. We also have mentors who do synchronous virtual visit with the girls because we need more female role models in STEM. In addition to all the work we do, there's a lot of fun, and we introduce our club to esports and a total female environment. Now, our post-secondary schools learned about Girls Who Game and kept asking, what can we do at our level? Because they need more women there too. And so we wanted something different than our K-12 clubs. We designed a program called Girls Who Game Equity, which focused on highlighting women in STEM in the esports space. We created a monthly speaker series with Northwest College with 2 major goals. Highlight women in esports and STEM space to inspire our Girls Who Game gals, as well as provide a platform to celebrate and hear the stories of amazing women. And the second one is to provide women in high ed secondary esports with mentorship and opportunities to facilitate panels. And we want to replicate this program across North America. Here is a picture of our last panel discussion where we have 7 amazing panelists share their stories, insight, and experience about being a woman in STEM in the esports space. I'm in the top left-hand corner of this screen, and you'll notice a young lady beside me. She is one of our interns hired as part of this initiative. She has had the opportunity to network with some incredible women, learn how to facilitate a panel, and be inspired to reach her dreams. 2 spaces below her is our other intern who has focused more on the technical part of the program. She has been learning how to do live stream components using Twitch and YouTube and is building her skill set in hopes of a greater role in the esports space. Both of these young women are students at the college and from local Indigenous communities. To conclude, esports has been used to engage and support student mental health and wellness, and at the same time, the need for equity allowed us to create new and innovative programs that will help us work towards a more inclusive society. You might be wondering why we have been working on programs and initiatives that I've shared above. At Dell Technologies, we create technologies that drive human progress. We believe that this progress lives at the intersection of technology and humanity, and that our role is to bring innovation to people everywhere so they can thrive in the digital space. We make education better. And so now, in closing, we need to be able to answer the question of how to move forward. We've now spoken about how to transform schools, and as well as emphasize mental health and wellness and work towards the elimination of racial inequalities and injustices. So over the past year, we have been in a react and respond mode, and now we are at a pivotal moment as we head towards a new future, and we need to start thinking about reinvention. If we don't have these types of conversations, then it's quite likely schools will go back to status quo, which is not fair or right for our students. We have so many opportunities right now to help us all move forward. First and foremost, to lead with empathy, create digital inclusion, implement learning models that align with student and community needs, rethink assessment, and think about faculty roles in a different way. And who would have thought that IT could be running everything from home? As well, we need to be having IT at the strategic decision-making table because they need to be part of any forward-thinking visioning. And finally, this is a great chart adapted from an EDUCAUSE article on where post-secondary schools are at and where they may want to be. And they could be in different buckets at different times. So with all of this, I hope you have an increased awareness of the Canadian education system and have some concrete stories of what we are doing to drive transformation across the country. And finally, how to move our post-secondary institutions forward as we move together towards a healthier end of year. One thing I would like to leave you with is a reminder that digital transformation isn't just about technology. It's about empowering learners in ways never before imagined. Thank you very much. My name is Katina Papulkas. I'm from Dell Technologies. Please reach out to me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Good afternoon or early evening. Welcome back for what promises to be an exciting and engaging panel discussion, Higher Ed Coast to Coast. We're pleased to welcome Stan Cruz and Thomas Button, Stan from the University of Colorado State University. Please forgive me, rivals, Colorado State University, and Thomas Button from the University of Arkansas, Little Rock. And moderating our panel tonight, we are so pleased to have Larry Torrey from Wacom and his colleague Mindy Thiel, both of whom work in the higher ed sector for Wacom. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Larry. Larry, it's all yours. Take it away.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Linda, and thanks everyone for joining. Yeah, do look forward to an exciting hour of panel discussion. So I'll let Thomas introduce himself, and then we'll go to Stan, and then we'll get this thing kicked off.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I look forward to an exciting evening. I'm Thomas Button. I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor and Chief Information Officer at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. We're a leader in economic development, research, technology transfer, and job creation in the Little Rock area.
Great, thank you, Thomas. And Stan?
Sure, my name is Stan Cruz. I'm the Learning Technology and Analytics Program Manager working within the Institute for Learning and Teaching at Colorado State University. My primary responsibility is to promote student success through effective use of learning tools and leveraging data to understand how students succeed. Colorado State is a research university, 33,000 students. We're located along the northern front range of the Rockies in Fort Collins. Part of a CSU system that includes CSU Pueblo and CSU Global, which is based in Denver. We're a land-grant university, really passionate about our land-grant mission, serve students and communities in Colorado through education, research, and outreach.
Excellent, thanks. Thank you both, Stan. All right, so let's get this discussion going. So the last year has, instructors and technologists have had to really be creative to survive, right, and adapt. So if you could share with us some of your success stories over the last couple of months and year, maybe what you've done at the institution, what you've done in the terms of learning continuity, student engagement, and anything the faculty may have had to do to adapt. So Stan, if you want to start.
Sure. Well, it's about a year ago now. It's been just over a year ago that this kind of all started. It was heading into spring break. We added a week to spring break, thinking we were going to come back, and then spring break turned into semester break, more or less, and moving to online courses. We immediately got a group together with IT, with learning technology, with instructional designers, with all of our learning tool admins and so forth, put together a Keep Teaching team. We met daily for about an hour and a half and just really brainstormed every single day about how to prepare faculty in what really was about 2 weeks to transition to remote learning. And so it was a huge break from what we're used to at the university, which is getting committees together and taking several months, if not years, to accomplish anything. And here we had to do it in about a week and a half. And so it was really just providing faculty with just some support and a place to go to find out what they needed to do to really go to remote learning. we use a learning management system that we probably had about 60% usage from our faculty, and so that had to be immediately 100%. So it was a pretty big lift for our faculty. So I think getting that group together was a real solid group of really thoughtful leaders who really put together a website and resources in a very short time frame. And in fact, we still meet weekly. That group still meets weekly to kind of continue the process and make sure that we are continually providing the resources and giving faculty what they need to be effective in a very different environment than what they were expecting.
Wow, great, thank you. It's amazing what you can do in 2 weeks, isn't it?
It really is. I wish we could kind of follow that model with a lot of other things going forward too.
Yeah, I think we all learned a lot of things in the last year for sure. Hopefully some of them do stick with us, right? Yeah. So Thomas, what are some of your success stories?
So similar to Stan, we made a transition rather quickly. I think in my career in higher education, this is probably the biggest transition we've seen in such a short amount of time. I think it's similar to what you said, Larry. Some of these things are going to stay with us. I think we've drastically changed the support model of how our campus operates in many campuses. We are a traditional brick and mortar campus. We're an R2, so we pride ourselves in students and labs. So we had the instructor portion, the faculty portion. It was very similar to Stan. We had various groups, but from the research portion, we had concerns about research continuity. In some cases, we had research instruments that couldn't be left alone. So how do we work with them, and how do we get remote access? How do we make sure that the labs were occupied by a limited number of people, and how we were safe? A little bit about my organization. So I'm on the finance side of the house. So obviously the campus still has to operate. People have to unlock the doors. You still have to clean the facilities. You still have to make sure, for us, all the power, the servers, everything that goes on a normal day still went on. So we really pride ourselves in our partnership with the provost office. The academic side of the house really doubled down. I think the one other thing that we did, and I think we can talk about it more tonight, is we really had to engage our students, because we can provide tremendous amounts of resources for faculty members to move online. We can get them computers and laptops, but what about the student component? What did they need as they moved remote?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it definitely sounds like you both went from 0 to 100 in a lot of transitions. So out of those transitions in your instructional delivery, what would you say, you mentioned a few you would carry forward. What would you say you would carry forward, and what would you definitely axe from this experience?
That's an interesting question. I think one of the things that we are already carrying forward is there was a huge reliance on whether it be Zoom or any other sort of system or video and so forth, that we really had to up our game with closed captioning and types of accessibility issues that we had gotten by with in the past, but this was a sudden increase that we had to make sure that we had our those students who needed those types of resources, that was available. So we really had to ramp that up rather quickly and really think about that. And then that's one of the things that I think is definitely carrying forward. We've hired people to now take care of closed captioning for those courses that absolutely need it. I think we're doing a much better job with accessibility in general and our focus on accessibility. So I think that's one of the real positive things that has come out of this COVID transition. I think, as far as axing things, it's difficult. I think we had a lot of faculty who were just really not prepared. And not only did we have to prepare them, but we had to do it remotely. And, so when you really think about faculty who are not savvy with technology, to have to learn technology, but then also to have to learn it remotely, that became a huge issue. And so it's a case of, we probably need to better prepare our faculty just in normal circumstances, that they are a little bit more tech savvy than what we assume that they would be. And I think the other positive thing that's come out of it is our LMS usage has obviously skyrocketed. And I do believe that will continue. I think faculty who have been resistant or a little bit hesitant to use the learning management system for whatever reason were forced into it, and then they're like, yeah, this isn't so bad after all. And so they'll continue to use it. And I think that's been a real positive as well.
Yeah, I would say that having that LMS is your skeletal system, but then you had to put everyone in this fight or flight mode and just start sprinting forward, you know? So what would you say about that, Thomas, as far as your experience?
Well,
maybe you could share what you would actually say you wouldn't go back and repeat.
Well, I guess what I would say is we saw many faculty fall back to technology they were very familiar with. So in some cases, it was tools to stream that were based on our learning management system. In some cases, it was tools based on the email suites that we offer. In some cases, it was faculty that went out and used their own personal credit card to buy streaming technology. I think for us, we really would like to pride ourselves on making sure we provide a consistent user experience. That's really tough with faculty, because oftentimes, if they're comfortable doing it, they teach their best. So when we sort of force them, square peg, round hole thing, it really doesn't work well. I think going to what Stan said, it's really about the faculty development. What can we do? Oftentimes, we've seen success in faculty learning from other faculty. So our academic side of the house is running full steam ahead at that. There are things that we hope we'll get away from. This sort of always remote is very difficult from an IT perspective. Very few of our tools were ever designed that you take them home and they work. They have this idea they have to phone home to get updates and patches and security. Luckily we were in the middle, maybe not luckily. I still have nightmares about it. We were in the middle of a VoIP transition, and I see all the phones behind Larry.
Oh my gosh.
I think he purposely did that to me tonight. I'm going to send him a few of our phones, by the way. But we were in the middle of this VoIP transition. The next thing we know is people are taking them home. Well, it's a great thing, but it's also a bad thing. So in some cases, the technology just works, but how do we make sure that these phones are answered consistently? How do we know if they dial 911, where they go? The good news is it was so much change in such a short amount of time. There are certain things that, we wish, let's probably not do that again, but we're a creative group. We're really good at finding solutions. And, I think, I go back to my earlier statement, this amount of change in this short amount of time, we'd spend committee meetings month after month trying to decide what phone they could take home. So in some cases, go do it. See if it works. If it does, great. So.
Yeah, I think we all need to give ourselves a pat on the back, for sure.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, none of these phones are going to work on your network, Thomas. So, sort of extending that discussion, are there any new technology skills or technology tools that you have in mind for the coming months, or even when you go back in the fall, and if you go back in the fall? Thomas, I'll let you start with that one.
I'll go and start. All right. Well, I'm going to let Stan talk about his new classroom because I'm excited about that. I'm excited. Maybe next year we can get together and hear this story. But we built out an active learning classroom some number of years ago. And I will tell you, I was the person they approached and said, how about we install cameras? If you know anything about active learning classrooms, adding a camera to that mix isn't really sort of the purpose. So we did not do that. I can tell you we rapidly did that. In that room, although it takes very special faculty to use it, when they use it, I have no concern that now that it has cameras and sort of a hybrid type classroom, they're going to use that. We've expanded that across the campus as well. So we continue to sort of push forward with hybrid type classrooms. The other thing, I talked a little bit about our research profile, but also getting technology, whether it's cameras or videos of research instruments, so that students can maybe not put their hands on it, but they can see remotely. In some cases, it's the machine shop. So how do students know how to use a metal lathe? Well, typically it's your turn on the lathe. When you're remote, you can't do that. So I think that's worked really well for us as well. And, I hope in some cases that's reusable as well.
Yeah. Wow. Kudos. Yeah. Really great. All right, Stan, tell us about your innovations coming up.
Yeah, well, one of the first things we did was really scale up our technology within our current classrooms for things like lecture capture and so forth, primarily because we weren't exactly sure at the beginning how things would unfold over the course of, first of all, the spring semester, but then into fall. And we thought there would be a lot of hybrid where half students would be in class and half students would be back in their dorms or at home. And so we wanted to have the capability to have those classes in the classroom and have students still be able to connect in. So that was one of the things that we really expanded, putting more lecture capture and technology into the classroom so that we could do more hybrid. The other thing that we've been actually talking about for the last couple of years and that we're really excited about is in some of our remodels, we are going to install a classroom in the round. So it's more or less just a center stage, and you put students all the way around that center stage, and the faculty member teaches from that. And what's interesting about that, Oregon State has one that's kind of the prototype we looked at. What's interesting about that is you can get a lot of students in a classroom like that are only 3-4 rows beyond the instructor. So even though you can have a very large enrollment classroom in that classroom in the round, they all are still in very close proximity to the instructor. We're excited about it. We know that it's going to take a certain type of faculty member to be able to play that kind of a classroom effectively, and we'll have to figure out the training for that as well. But as you can imagine, there are some faculty pretty excited about it, and there are some faculty who don't even want to look at it. So, and some in between. So, but we're really excited about it. It's a technology challenge because you have to have the technology kind of all the way around too, so all the students can see the screen and so forth. So, yeah, I think that's kind of an exciting thing coming on in the future.
Yeah, well, that's super exciting, and we're going to stay in touch and see how it goes. Really interested in hearing about it.
So what impact do you think that these technologies will have on your students? So basically, all of these new technologies, some of them that you had before, but maybe ramped up a lot faster. What do you think they have contributed to student retention or student enrollment targets that maybe might have been communicated to you? And I'm sure that put some pressure on you as well. So, Thomas.
I think it's one of those things that's probably bimodal. We are really interacting with students who grew up with these in their hands. And now all of a sudden, we talk about digitization and transformation and all these buzzwords. We went through it. I mean, we're not anywhere close to what the students expect. I think several of us on our campus are having those discussions. I would say if we sort of look at this year and imagine that this pandemic never happened, students would continue to come into our classes expecting to sit in front of a screen, probably jot notes on pieces of paper, get their textbook, and leave class. The students that enter our campus in the fall, they've been in this sort of remote learning for almost a year and a half. I know how difficult it was for me when I went home and I was remote and returned just 6 months later. I mean, I didn't understand how to change the thermostat in the office, where these things were, who filled the coffee pot. I mean, imagine being a student who your friendships are built in this remote environment. I think when I say that, it's a good thing, because I think the more that we can just sort of force our campus, this brick and mortar campus, into that student perspective of what they expect, I think the better off we're going to be. Now, the difficulty is we have moved a lot of the front-facing things, teaching and instruction. But I think the things that certainly I'm fearful of is, how do you inspire those students? We've all spent a few minutes afterwards with a faculty member sort of just talking about, you mentioned this, give me a little bit more insight. And I think that's where we all sort of fell in love with higher education, or that passion of what I want to do with my life. I know when I end a Zoom meeting, My staff will tell you I'm very happy to hit that end all button. Like, I'm the first one to bust out of that thing and leave. But what happens? Do you leave that classroom? Do you leave it and students just continue to join it and have discussions? So I guess with that all said, I'm very fearful. I think the campus is very fearful of how do we make sure that students are really learning? How are they being inspired? We don't want this as like just a simple transaction. I open up the app, I do my thing, I submit it, and off it goes. We really want to make a change and, impact these students' lives. And I think with that said, are we being successful? I think so many things have changed that our traditional model of this student showed up to class, they look like they're paying attention, to a model where I taught a class in the fall where students they don't have their cameras on. So you're really trying to read the facial expressions that really don't exist. Your only feedback is, did they submit their homework? So I think what we'll see in the next year is probably a really big transformation of how do we capture this student success and retention, and what does that look like? I think it'll be very telling.
I think so too. And I think that we had issues of student retention before the pandemic. The pandemic wasn't too far away. It was always coming. We just weren't ready for it. But we had these issues before. I think put a positive spin is that we have this real world problem. So there are students that are going to just be leaders and start actually maybe even educating the teachers on how to stay engaged and kind of give the feedback. I think it's a great time to be listening. So what do you think, Stan? I mean, how have these transformations affected your student retention?
Well, it's interesting because I think, the social isolation of the pandemic has been stressful for a lot of students. And just anecdotally, my youngest son just went back to high school full time, where they're in class full time in the last 2 weeks. And one of his comments was that the students are more engaged in the classroom than they were before. It's like they're so itching to get back with each other and talking that they're answering questions. They're offering answers to questions, which is different than before. So that was an interesting observation on his part, and I think there's a lot of truth to that. That after the social isolation of being remote constantly, being back in a classroom and being engaged, it's going to be, it's going to be a little bit of transition, but I think it'll be a very welcome transition for a lot of students. From a technology standpoint, I do think that what we've found is that our faculty are much more proficient now in being able to leverage quality technology. I think, and Thomas brought this up before about, faculty kind of gravitating to what they're used to or what they're familiar with when it comes to technology. And I think one of the mistakes that we may have made is to encourage faculty to do that, to not make them feel uncomfortable. So we encourage them to do things that we're comfortable with. And the feedback we got from students is we are on platform overload, because I have 5 classes and they each have 2 different platforms, and so I've got 10 platforms I have to learn for my 5 classes. And so that was an interesting piece of information that we were getting back, and that came loud and clear from the surveys that we gave to students. So I think that made us think a little bit more institutionally about what technologies we choose, and helping faculty understand that, we do want to think about students and not overload them with different types of interfaces and platforms, that we do want to provide some consistency across courses. But Canvas, probably that's our learning management system. We probably ought to stick to using it as much as possible, not overwhelm our students. And so, I think for us, our students are sticking with us. We expected a drop in enrollment, and we had one, but not as steep as we thought, and they seem to be coming back. So we're excited about that. And I have to really compliment our faculty and the support people in really engaging as best they could under the circumstances. So I think in the end, when we're a year from now, when we're kind of looking back, I think we're going to be in a better place than we were before the pandemic, actually.
Yep. Thanks, Stan. And so, sticking in about this, on the conversation about students, is there anything that you would equip them with, either from hardware or software, going into the fall? So, talking about standardization, not necessarily on the admin side, but back on the student side.
Yeah, I guess kind of to further my thought on that. I think we do on the admin side. We really need to think about what those standards are. Even video, we're running YouTube, and I don't know how many different. We have Kaltura, we have Echo, we have Teams, we have just about everything out there, Zoom, and so I think we need to be a little bit more consistent with that and help. I think the other thing is too is we're a land grant university, so we serve our students, all students in Colorado, and we have a demographic that getting equipment and getting quality equipment to run a lot of these things, to have internet access, quality internet access is often a challenge, and we need to think about how we can support our students in that regard as well, and providing them with the equipment they need to not use systems that require really sophisticated equipment on the student side, to be cognizant of those needs that the students have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's got to be one of the biggest challenges, right? Is that what the device they bring to the equation, right?
Yeah, and I think we do have an assumption that everybody walks in with a laptop and a smartphone, and that's just not the case. We do, and those students who don't have that equipment are not gonna say it. They're not. It's not a tag that they want. So it's sometimes very difficult to find out who they are. But that's something we have to be concerned with as well.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thomas, what are your thoughts about devices and software that students need next year?
So I'll say our academic side of the house immediately got a survey out to students, I would say within a couple days of the pandemic hitting. So we had a very clear picture of what students needed. And similar to what Stan said, as a similar land grant institution, the digital divide is real. It's one thing that students don't have access to technology, but there's several locations. You get 10 miles outside of Little Rock, high-speed internet simply doesn't exist. Wow. And I think we can all admit that the last time you went to the grocery store, they were not giving out internet CDs. That technology, you're really seeing this digital divide. And, I think it's a huge takeaway for all of us. That digital divide is huge. So for us, I applaud all of our departments on our campus trying to get devices in students' hands. So if we had leftover devices, unused devices, wiping them, getting a base OS installed, and getting those out in students' hands was critical. We expanded on that model very early on as well. So we went out and purchased several laptops, and then we purchased them again in the fall. So we had a loaner pool, I would say a long-term loaner pool, of several hundred laptops, headsets, and cameras and microphones.
Wow, that was a quick pivot for sure.
Yeah, so many quick pivots. I mean, I'm sure that you've had many discussions, both of you, with your colleagues. I'm just curious, what kind of support you've provided and advice. So, Thomas, if one of your colleagues were to come to you and ask you for, best practices to be successful as a teacher in a hybrid or a high flex environment where there's choices and there's technology to consider, what would you tell them to help them stay motivated and maybe be successful in it?
Well, I guess I would say this as not only an IT leader, but maybe somebody that faculty can engage with. Tim May in the previous conversation mentioned it at the very end of his presentation. It's empathy. Recognizing, like Stan said, the digital divide is huge, but very few students are willing to step up and say, I don't have internet at home. I can't do your homework. Mm-hmm. So I think understanding that, I think our college was similar to others. We went to a pass, no pass, fail, no, that kind of model where appropriate, students could opt into that. But I think what Tim May said it the best, it's empathy. Understand that, in some cases, it's just not they're remote. Their entire family's remote. They may have children at home. They may have, school kids that are now at home. They may be husband, wife, at home. I think just understanding what they're going through, not only as a faculty member, but I think as just a good leader, whether that's IT or just as an organizational leader, is key.
Yeah, I think empathy is key. I mean, we've all had to learn a lot of lessons this past year for sure, and being patient. What would you say to that, Stan? What kind of advice do you give when you huddle with your colleagues about this subject?
Yeah, I think Thomas makes some good points, especially about students. And, you know, not only do we have the digital divide, but I think there's an assumption with students sometimes that, you know, the way they navigate their phones is quite amazing, but it doesn't often translate into educational technology. So, you know, a little empathy in that regard for faculty too is that, you know, yeah, there's this assumption that students are real tech savvy, but it's really their phones that they're tech savvy on, and not necessarily the educational technology that we are throwing at them a lot of times. So that's kind of one of the things I would tell the faculty is don't make too many assumptions about how tech savvy your students are. And I think too for faculty, you know, not to bite off too much at one time. You know, you use technology that's going to be impactful immediately. That's not going to overwhelm them. Don't throw too many things at one time, and because it's better to do one or two things really, really well than to do a multitude of things, you know, rather mediocre. And you just don't want to have that sort of a situation. So, you know, pick one or two things that you want to try, some technologies that you want to implement, and do them really well. And then maybe next semester you can bring something else along and bring it into it. And I think that was really helpful for a lot of faculty who felt like they had to immediately get up to speed on a bunch of different technologies. And it was really just trying to help them focus on what are you trying to accomplish educationally and academically with your students, and then what are the primary tools that can best help you get to that point very quickly without overwhelming yourself. And you know, I said don't overwhelm yourself, and of course, they're already overwhelmed in that first few weeks, so that was kind of a worthless thing to say to them. But you know, you don't want to make it worse by trying to bite off more than you can chew at the very beginning.
Yeah, brain drain is real. So you know, mastering a few things well is the key to staying successful and keeping your students engaged. For sure.
Yes. So. Assuming that everything sort of is normal in the fall and you go into the 2021-22 school year, will you hit the ground running, and then, or do you expect changes throughout the year? Do you think you will continue to evolve and have to pivot or adjust a little bit, or you're going to be ready to go in the fall?
It's an interesting question. I think we'll be ready to run in the fall. There's a lot of unknowns. There really are a lot of unknowns. And so, you know, we're talking about, is hybrid things kind of working in some situations? Do we want to continue it with some courses? You know, I don't think we're going to go back to pre-COVID, you know, the way we offer courses. And I think there's going to be some change going forward of having more hybrid courses, looking at different ways, different delivery models for the way we deliver the courses to students. So I do think there will be a little bit of a change there, and we'll pivot a little bit to see what the need is. But I think that's one of the things that has come out of it. I think we are better technologically in learning technology as a result of COVID. We have more tools available to our faculty. Our classrooms are well equipped now. So I think that has also been a benefit. But yeah, there are some permanent changes that have been made as a result of this, and really good ones. And
right.
I think we will have some varying delivery models going forward.
Well, thanks, Stan. How about you, Thomas?
I agree with Stan. I think a lot of the hybrid taught models that we've seen success in classrooms, those things certainly need to continue. It's not a great fit for all of our campuses or all of our colleges, but for the classes it works well in, let's keep going. I think the other component, though, is I guess two. One is we've seen a radical change with just how we deliver anything to sort of our hybrid type commencement, which I think, at least gets the job done. It still allows people to enjoy the ceremony. But I guess, along with that, you see everything else. It's the virtual visitation to campus. It's the virtual tours. I think with all of that said, though, campus is a great place. There's a little engine that runs on that campus, and any campus I've been on, there's a sense of excitement. I said, Stan mentioned earlier about just the engagement of students in a classroom. I would say over the past year, it's been a lonely place on that campus. I think the more and more energy we bring back to campus, obviously as safe as we can, I think the better off people will be. I think, certainly myself and others, it's that ad hoc sort of engagement that takes place in the dining room or the cafeteria where students are bumping into you and, who are you? What can I do? And just, here's my role. What can I do for you? And you just build those connections. I think it's just a powerful little engine that, it's sort of what gets us up and go every day. So I'm excited to get back to that. I really do miss that. And I think students, there's some benefits to what they can do remotely, but that's not really what campus, brick and mortar type campus can offer. There's so much more.
Right. Yeah. I have a high school senior looking to start school in the fall, and I hope for her that she's on campus, right, for all of those reasons.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree with that, because there's so much that goes on outside the classroom. From the employment that students have to just interaction with each other. I totally agree with you. The campus is a very vibrant place when all those students are there, and when you get that time between classes and you have the students go in one direction and you're trying to cross through. It's sometimes a hard thing to do, but it's really just a great environment to be in. So I do look forward to getting back to that. Although finding parking has been pretty easy in the last year, I will say that.
Yeah, there's just some things you can't do over your phone for sure. So what are some of the growth areas in general, technologically, that you're looking at next year? So again, presuming that everything normalizes, where are your campuses growing technologically, Thomas?
I think we've taken a major leap forward with the modernization of our classrooms. Historically, our classrooms were funded by the departments. So if you taught in humanities, you had the humanities-based classrooms. If you taught in engineering, you had the engineering-based classrooms. The current pandemic has allowed us not only the funding, which we're very grateful for, but also the willingness to standardize on classrooms so that students not only get the consistent user experience, but faculty can also walk into any of our common classrooms, fire up the system, and off they go. So we're really proud of that. I think any of the other digital transformations we've done from a business perspective, we were your typical paper, pen, sign this form, send it to us. That quickly ends really fast. So I think a lot of those areas will continue. We've often talked about it. We can streamline this. We can reduce manpower on this. And we've seen it. So I think we'll continue to look for ways we can improve that efficiency.
Yeah, well, it sounds like from an IT perspective, your classrooms will be much easier to support, right? If you're standardized, that's really great. Yeah, you probably must feel good about that.
We do.
Stan, how about you?
Yeah, like I said, we had the opportunity to kind of really infuse some technology into our classrooms when COVID started, just to make them ready. So I think that has been a really positive thing going forward, and I will continue to do that. We do have a lot of renovation projects in the queue that are going to take care of some 50s style lecture halls and really bring them up to the modern age. And that's driven, not only is driven by safety. These classrooms were not designed to have enough exits to really get students out in a very efficient time. So there's facilities and safety reasons for doing that, but it also gives us an opportunity to really infuse some technology, some brand new technology and standardized technology. We historically have also not had a campus-wide video streaming solution. It's been pretty much up to everybody. So I think that's bringing that back to the center of conversation again, that we really need to have a standard across the university that we're using, so that we're not putting students through what we're putting them through right now with all these different platforms that we're using. So I think that was an important part of it as well.
Yeah, we've had some universities that have come to us, the company Wacom, and have standardized and have just been like, oh, so glad we got that done. Whew. And that they just replicate the way the classroom is designed over and over in the classroom, so that the faculty can just come in and focus on what they love to do. I mean, do you have any new programs, like specifically global programs? I know that with the pandemic, I know personally with my network within education, we've become very close across, within the U.S. than abroad. So what kind of things do you have on the horizon that are exciting, that are, globally connect your campus to another, whether it's students or faculty? So Thomas.
That's a tough one. We really do serve the greater Arkansas area. We certainly have our master's programs that have a very far reach. We also have several downtown areas where law school, which is a remote campus as well. We've seen significant benefit of whether it's streaming technology, recording technology, just video conferencing technology, help with those areas. I think we've certainly attracted a crowd of students that can get to campus remotely. I do suspect that will continue. But I would say for a global perspective, probably less so than Stan. I know Stan's got the global campus that he's been working on.
Yeah, I think for our campus, it's more, at least the Fort Collins campus, we do really take seriously the land grant mission of really serving the citizens of Colorado first. And I think through the system, though, we do have CSU Global, which is based out of Denver, which provides academic programs really worldwide. We also have CSU Online in our Fort Collins campus that does a lot of online programs, and those will continue. And in fact, I mean, when I think about CSU Online and their group, they had tremendous support and impact on how we did things when the COVID hit. I mean, their expertise and their recommendations to us on how to go forward were invaluable to what we needed to do in those first few weeks, and really the ongoing support that they have provided. Being online educator experts, they really provided excellent support to the entire campus in what was a very critical time when COVID first started, and they continue to provide that support as far as design of courses and that sort of thing. So that was incredibly helpful, and it was nice to have that program available to us and those individuals who have expertise in providing support for online education.
Yeah, it always helps when you get local help, right?
Yes.
Local support. So are there any technologies that you're looking to maybe recruit new or different non-traditional students? And open up that to either Stan or Thomas.
I don't know that, can't think of anything specifically. I think one of the things that that we're doing that we're pretty excited about is primarily my focus is really looking at what data we currently have and what data we're currently collecting. We have all these learning technologies on campus, and it produces a ton of data that really just sit in databases, and we don't know really what it's telling us a lot of times. So we've joined the Unison Consortium, which is a group of 14 universities across the country, and building a data warehouse or a data platform where we're sending our LMS data, we're sending other learning technologies that we have on campus, they're caliper compliant, we're sending data to that data warehouse, and we're looking at ways to leverage that data to find out what makes students successful? Can we learn anything for how they're interacting with the technologies on campus? And does that tell us anything about who's successful, who isn't successful? Does it help them understand their own behaviors within the LMS and within these different learning tools? And to really to use it to do research and understand, are there things that it can tell us about behaviors that students have and with the technology that says something about how students are successful or not successful in the course. So we're very excited about that. The data platform came online less than a year ago, and we're just getting started with creating visualizations on student activities within our technology system. So we're pretty excited about that.
Yeah, excellent. That's something else we'll check in with you on as you dive into that data. Thomas, how about you? Anything like that?
Yeah, I'm curious to follow that along, Stan, as well. For us, we have commercial products that we use to track student retention. I will say that probably been hit and miss at the moment. We do have a fairly solid academic advising and retention office that works fairly well with the faculty and the provost office to make sure we're retaining students, stepping in where necessary. I think the other thing where we've seen technology be really beneficial is our campus as a research institution really prides itself on making sure students have research opportunities. Obviously, last year that sort of cut many of those opportunities short. So we've seen a lot of technology sort of apply of how do we, stretch from the lab to the student house. And we've seen many of those student technology projects continue to run with great success, and this will be their second year doing that. So that's always an exciting year where they sort of get the basketball courts and set up all their research, portfolios, and we get to walk through them and see, now it's in a virtual format, but still the students get the pride of understanding that this is what I've been able to achieve and understand sort of that research component of academia.
All right, so we know the last year was crazy. So any good funny stories or anecdotes that you can share from campus? You had students or teachers doing something crazy on Zoom or something like that. Any funny stories to share?
I don't know. I don't know that it's funny. I think the one thing I would point out is just for our campus. We talk about going remote on all these courses and so forth. And then I look, on the south part of our campus, it sits our veterinary hospital and our vet school. And you just can't you can't Zoom with the animals kind of thing. They didn't have the luxury of just going home and working from home. The animals still had to be fed. They had, people still wanted to have their pets seen and so forth. So I think it was very challenging for our vet school and some of the other research people who were doing research where you could not abandon your research on campus. It would completely fall apart, and they really had to adjust to create a safe environment under COVID, but still be able to go back and continue their research in a safe way and make sure that they don't lose everything as a result of having to go remote or something like that. So, our vet hospital still ran through the whole thing, and our animals are still there, and people still brought their pets in for their checkups and so forth. So there was a little bit. It wasn't business as usual, but there was somewhat
right
as usual.
You can't get your animal to go, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Pets usually jump on Zoom when you don't want them to. That's the problem.
So true. So Thomas, anything interesting?
Well, for us, I guess I wish it was funny. Maybe it is. We survived this incredibly tough year. I mean, administration and academia typically tangle. Sometimes they don't see eye to eye. And Stan mentioned that we often see ourselves in lots of committee meetings. I will say I'm just incredibly proud of our campus. I'm incredibly proud of the team that we do. that we use to serve campus. We did it in a safe way. We continued the operation of campus research, whether that's student, whether that's labs. Who would have ever thought we'd be in this situation where in many cases people just up and close, right? I mean, if you look at the supply chain that's occurred, whether wherever you were getting your products, whether it was laptops to cameras to cars, how many times have you been told this didn't happen? We're out of it. I guess the funny thing is we ran out of toilet paper, but we continued to educate students. So I would say that's an amazing thing. It's just the fact that we did that, the fact that we achieved many of these things that the campus still needed us to do. Yeah. I think the only thing we can probably do is laugh and say, "Good job, we did it."
Yeah, everyone in academia were heroes, right? They made it all work, right? They figured it out in this amazing year, for sure.
And Larry, I guess I'll throw that in there. We couldn't have done it without close partnerships. Wacom certainly is one of those. I mean, but there's many others out there that came to the table, whether it was another video conferencing solution or vendors just offering up their technology of, here, we think this will help. I think that was critical for this year. So
thanks. Yeah, look at Microsoft and Zoom, right, stepping up and saying, free software because you need it. It's the way you're going to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I think the other thing that we kind of, I don't know if it's funny or not, but the first thing we did is we got together and we said, hey, we got to do this keep teaching thing and get the keep teaching going. And it was all about keep teaching. Got to take care of our faculty. And it wasn't more than a couple of days before we realized, well, we got to have a keep learning for our students too. And so then we had to kind of, okay, we got to add that to it. We got to have something that helps the students prepare for this because they have to learn online. So then we had a keep learning site too. So we were working on the keep teaching and with faculty, we're working on keep learning with students. And it wasn't a few days later, we're like, we need a keep working site for our employees and help them understand how to work remotely and how to interact with each other. So, keep teaching turned into keep learning, turned into keep working as well. And I think those things will also persist as, really as tools for who knows what can happen at any point in time. If we go back on our campus, we go back 24 years, we had 18 inches of rain in the mountains that flowed down the river and our campus flooded. And, those types of catastrophes, you still have to keep the business of the university running. And so it's not just COVID, it's other, and I'm sure every campus has those different doomsday scenarios where you have to keep the operation of the university running. And so I think that on our campus too has just helped us realize that we have to keep this type of attitude going forward and being prepared for who knows what's lurking in the future for us.
Yeah, indeed. So maybe last topic here. It's all about money, right? So what kind of unique funding venues have you had, and what might you be looking towards for next year, Thomas?
Well, certainly the CARES dollars infused a significant amount of funding for us, and we're very, very grateful for this. Certainly it allowed us to continue our operations. Certainly I think it allowed us to enhance that. I think I sort of mentioned it earlier, but it's one thing to have federal dollars to assist, but I think that the partnerships that we have out there is key as well. It's vendors stepping up to the table, giving, for us, it was discounting hardware for students in need. Right. We couldn't have bought the number of devices we had to buy without vendors stepping up and saying, hey, I understand where you're going with this. Here's what we can do. And I guess furthermore, getting them in our hands. How do we interact, with these vendors to make sure that during a pandemic, we're not paying top dollar for these things, but we're also getting them on a truck. Mm-hmm. I am fearful about what this means for in the future. Where does this funding look like? I think in some regard, Stan sort of mentioned it. Do we land on a common platform? Can we see some efficiencies being gained there? I think the good thing is we've tested a lot of things over this past year. And some things we fell in love with, and some things we recognized it does the job, but maybe not the best as this product. So, we recognize the funding won't last forever, but while we have it, let's make sure we invest for the future as well.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And CARES was super helpful to many schools. Stan, thoughts about?
I think along the same lines, I think what we're looking at is efficiencies, kind of the same thing as whether it be software licensing. If we continue to let individual departments purchase software licensing, that's a lot more expensive than if we centralize it. And so I think what it's done for us is, hey, we just need to be a lot more efficient with our dollars, and be operationally more efficient in general, and really decide what, not only do we help our students by really kind of having common platforms with something, but we also are able to fiscally provide better resources for our students as well, and really be more efficient with every dollar that we bring in through tuition and other resources, that we are efficient on the other side too. Because one of the things that universities tend to be really good at are the 3% increases in tuition every year. And that was the first decision I think that was made on our campus, is that we weren't raising tuition during the middle of the pandemic. And I think we just kind of realized we just need to be more efficient. We don't need to make cuts per se, but we just need to be more efficient with the dollars that we do have, and make them stretch a little bit further than what they currently are.
Yep. Typical, right? very, very typical. We're running up on the hour, so any final thoughts or comments?
I don't know if there's, we had a lot of good things that came out of COVID, but I don't know that I'd want to have it happen again.
We have here, I think everyone feels the same, right? We learned a lot. We learned how to move fast and pivot quickly, and lots of good takeaways, but I don't know that I'd want to do it again either.
Right, and I think we are definitely going to be a better university as a result. But hopefully it's a lesson we only have to learn once, and we don't need to be taught this lesson again.
Yes, hopefully it's the 100-year pandemic.
Yeah.
Thomas, some final thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think this last year has taught us to innovate. As it's also shown us that we can innovate really fast. I would say, I think for us, it's now how do we differentiate ourselves? We've adopted a lot of new technology, but why would somebody want to choose us, especially if it's all hybrid? I think we have a great campus to offer, but really people fall in love with those campuses and off they go. But if it's in an online world, what happens? I think I'll sort of end it with the same thing, was mentioned earlier. Empathy is key here. I think for us, being in higher education, there's very few careers you can take where you sort of empower others to have a tool to do better. So I think as long as we continue to provide the tools to faculty, inspire them to use the tools, that in turn can be inspired to students. I think we got a good thing going. So, it's been a tough year. I agree with Stan. I'm not sure I want to do it again. Let's hope we never have to. But I think we've achieved a tremendous amount in this past year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, at least my perspective on the big wins are that people will go back to campus, right? Students will be back on campus and get that rich campus, college atmosphere again. But they also will have the option of doing remote and still doing a better job at that. So, I think those are the places that will win. So, Thomas and Stan, thank you so much. Mindy, thanks for joining me tonight. And thanks to everyone out there for joining. Really appreciate it. And have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Thanks, Mandy. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye, Stan.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Let's see you, Thomas. Thank you.
Well, good job,